toe. Red sockeye with some weird goggles. All right, cool. So early? What are you talking about? We're supposed to start at 11. We're actually on time. Like, as soon as the stream starting thing is done, then you know, we'll be here on time. I'm choosing a Splatoon team. I'm a shiver shill. There we go. A shiver shill. Because I'm repping dark chocolate. But Teagues is gonna be a little late today, so I'm going to finish off this anarchy series. Switch back to this fit. Oh man, I forgot to play with the sensitivity. Damn. All right. How you doing, June? How's your morning gone? Or I guess it maybe just started. Ooh, anachronistic? I'm waking up slowly. I hear that. Do I have active food? I think I do, but if I do, then I'm taking double battle cash. Wait, no, I still have double battle cash. Okay, actually, hold on. One of the things that I need to do, since we are prepping, is I'm going to have to gear out my stuff. And I'm changing the shrimp ciders, I think. No, there's another pair of shoes I need to do. And there's some, like, abilities that I'm going to need to farm, so I'm going to do that this week. Yeah, shrimp sliders. Those are the shoes that I normally wear. Oh, hey, there's a new book in the store. Hell yeah. I'm gonna buy 5 of them. And these are some stickers. I buy that too. Oh, I thought I did have the Firefin yellow logo. And ginger ale? Nah, I don't need ginger ale. Okay. I'm glad I got a new book. Oh fuck, that's right. It's 11 here, so like they did just update the maps. Okay, so Splatoon Saturday. Yeah, but look, June, the shoes that I have. They're called blue shrimp sliders. Oh, I said shrimp ciders, not shrimp sliders, but I guess that's fine. But the suede bosses, I think I'm going to make into my special shoes, and then I'm going to make these. Oh, fuck. Ink recovery up, I guess? Either way. I'm going to try to finalize my Splatfest gear, especially since I can't wear the same chest piece. I'm going to need to get... Oh, that's right, and I'm gonna need to get the, I'm gonna wear the Splatfest tee so I can farm a bunch of stuff. But yeah, I have a series. I've lost twice already. I may lose the third time, but I just want to even out on my points. At least until Tease gets here. Oh, hold on. Hey! You can't even tell that I'm here, because I'm not even in the chat I'm supposed to be in. Where's the dude? There he is. Hi. Hello. My bad. I knew I was forgetting something. I got the notifications right this time, right? Like, I updated it from, like, the last thing, which would have been Skies, I guess. Yep. All right, here we go. Pretty sure the update was updated, so I got the notif that it said Splatoon Saturday. Okay, word. Good. I did it. Tocino! Wait, is Tocino bacon? I feel like it's bacon. Tocino, it sounds like bacon. Oh wait, we're doing tower? Oh fuck. We have a... Damn. Quick defense. I personally never play Clan Blitz. It's not that I don't play tower control, but I honestly think this is my first Splatoon 3 tower control game. Oh my god. There we go. Got Mayor Kashi. Sorry, Mayor. GG's. Okay. That worked that time. A little bit of push and pull, but we got it. We figured it out. Damn, I only got 1 gold that time, though. Number 1 super jump spot? That means everybody died when I didn't. That's kind of sick. Five, 2, and 3 ults. Okay, let's go. You take those. No, but yeah, like seriously, I think that was actually like my first like Splatoon 3 tower control game. Like I don't think I've played tower control in this game at all, despite how much I've already played. That feels good. Yeah, right? Nice win then. Let's go. Let's go. There we go. Battle time. Let's go. All right. Damn, I'm playing against Hermione and Bad Bunny? Oh, God. Also, I don't spend a lot of time on this map. Like, I feel like this is like a ranked only map. I don't even think this shows up in Turf War. There we go. Got them both. Nice. Second checkpoint. Damn, not the killer whale. Hey, Bandit. Thank you. Thank you. I hope, I wish a happy Splaturday to you as well. Alright. I should actually take that back up. Oh, dear Lord. Oh! Nope, that wasn't good. I feel like Bad Bunny is smoking me a little bit. Damn it. I deserve that. Howdy, Bandit. Jesus, I think they're about to take the lead. Yep. Fuck. Okay, there we go. Oh, I'm gonna back up a bit. No way! I was still in its blaster. It's an auto bomb. It walked over to me and killed me. I don't know why I didn't think that was gonna happen. Jesus Christ. Alright. It's okay. I'm just the only one on my team still alive. Oh. Yeah, you're out of ink, dummy. Oh. Come back up. Watch. Got it. Jesus. This is kind of a mess. Okay, I think we're still okay. Just gonna leave you here, actually. Okay, past checkpoint 3. And then we lost the tower. God damn it. Get wiped out. Yeah, I think we lose this one on timeout, but I'm gonna find out. See if we can get to overtime. Nope. Oh shit, you can't see the score, right. Well, that was a little too late. You'll see, it's close. It's like 19-1. See? That's the last out of my anarchy. I think I get knocked out. But, oh, wait, it doesn't count as a loss. Ah, that means my anarchy keeps going. I'm gonna try it again. It doesn't count. So that works out, I guess. Yeah, because someone DC'd, yeah. I guess the other dualies, and they were there. Like, it was the dualies that had the tank. They DC'd. Okay, there we go. Did it say Shibulaki? Yeah, Shibulaki. And Malachite. Oh, shit. Okay, hold on. Jesus. Where's Shibulaki? God damn it. Damn it. I didn't want to jump where that samurai was. Oh my god. Nope. Why? Okay, hold on. There's someone fighting down here, and I don't know why. Jesus, not RG. I think this is it. I think this is the quick loss. Holy shit. Hey, Emmy, what are you doing? Jesus. Whoa, single-handed, yeah, right? Like, Jesus Christ, what is this, man? I don't want to do this single-handedly. I want to win as a team. Why are you fighting these dualies right here? What about this seems like a good idea to you? You can't reach. You can't reach. Oh, nope, back up. Swear to God. The other team has one remaining. Oh my god. Yeah, no, I know. Like this is definitely just like we need to win the whole game right now or we're not gonna win. No, dog. I want to know where my team is. I would like to know because I know I have a team. The game gave me one. I swear to God. Why is the Nautilus inking? Man, it's fine. It's okay. It's fine. Like, we lose unless we go, like, hard overtime here, which makes 0 sense. Game gave you a team? I can't see him. Yeah, right? Oh, my God. Our game was... whole game was on our side of the map. The entire game. All right, that's the end of that Anarchy series. Thank you, June. I appreciate it. Yep, I got my 3 things, so... I still made a little bit more than I lost. Because I paid, like... No, I think I actually paid 70 to get in, if I remember correct. So, like, I still, like, broke even, which is fine. 8 up is not a big deal. Ooh, that was weird. Okay, I'm just gonna jump a couple more times, see if I stick. No, I'm not sticking. Okay. So, the thing is... Where's my Splatfest shirt? Is this? Yeah, this is the Splatfest tee I'm supposed to wear. And so, in my freshest fits, I'm gonna reserve 3 and 4. No, 4 and 5. 4 and 5 as Splatfest sets. 5 I'm gonna use for the run speed stuff that I... So let me go back to the headgear, which is this. And the other one, I think I want... I can't expand this in the 4 slots. I think I'm going to use Suede Bosses as my other one. Unless I find a run speed shoe. I don't think I have one. I have these, but these don't. These just clash. I could wear these, but no, never mind. Same problem. I still need the slot. I'll fix it after Splatfest. The respawn timers. I don't want to die that much. You know? Yeah, I think I'm gonna... Oh, duh. Gold high horses. There we go. So I'm gonna make run speed for like my sword build, and then God, okay, hold on. Equip one more time. So this is what I currently am wearing. Oh my God, these pants match your skin tone a little too well. Oh, yeah, that's true. They kind of look naked. I can't change the color of the pants, right? I just gotta change like the style. Like if I change them. Oh, maybe I can. Yeah, because this is what I'm currently wearing. But if I wear them like true black, that looks fine. Ah, damn it. Okay, so the whole point of this was to go back to freshest fits and then go to setup 5 and register my current fit, which is this. So I think I'm going to do... So normally I have ink resist and ink saver. Okay, and then let me check what chunks I currently have. Because if I can just fill out these shoes with like run speed, I think that's fine. Although I don't know if I need 5 run speed. Thank you. On my first Splatfest. Appreciate it, merch. Shoes. These. Damn, I'm short 1 run speed. I don't need intensify. I have a lot of Inksaver sub, but that's because I don't use my sub. And I have these, but I don't really care for these. So I'm gonna focus on getting run speed up and ink resistance up. Let me just check the brand that like zinc gets me. Oop, hold on 1 second. Okay. Zinc. Quick super jump. And a half chance of getting spot. So that's not super exciting. Also, hold on. Maybe I should change these shades. Because if I'm using... I'm going to scrub these shades, actually. So. Oh, shit. Am I broke? Oh, my God. Okay. Then give me a second. I'm broke. I'm going to use... I'll upgrade... I'll switch those out later. But I think I'm going to use this. The Anaki Beret. Or Anaki Beret. Anaki still pulls swim speed, if I remember correctly. But... I don't have another 4 slot. Yeah, I'm just going to use these. This is going to be my headpiece. This is what I'll use for Sword Splatfest. Means I got to register this. And then for Gun Splatfest, I'll use these. But then at that point, I think I just want to put resistance on the shirt? Maybe. I'm going to farm resistance for a bit. I'm going to change out the golds, and then I'm just going to do normal Turf Wars. Oh my god, I have 10 of these. Yeah, we'll just override. That's fine. Alright. Oh wait, did I not put the sword in my freshest fit? Hold on. Yeah, I didn't. That's dumb. Register. Change into fit. There we go. Alright, Turf War. And Teague said she'd only be about a half hour late, so she should be here after this next battle, I'm pretty sure. Oh man, before I started Splatoon Saturday, I played like 1 game of League of Legends, like 1 ranked game. And like, I dodged the first game. You can't unregister them? I think you just have to overwrite them. Like, yeah, I don't think you can unregister them. I think you just have to, like, overwrite it with something new. But I was playing a game, or I wanted to play 1 game before Splatoon Saturday. And the first game I dodged because, like, the comp was, like, a mess. Like, there was, like, Teemo mid and a bunch of nonsense that just didn't make any sense. So then I dodged that. I waited the 5 minutes. And then got into a different game. And apparently the support that I had was like smurfing. Apparently they got like banned from like their main account, so they were playing on a new one. And so like they were just like landing every single hook. It was amazing. And so like I had like a billion kills. It was a great experience leading up to this. Loved it so much. Yeah, like dodge beams as you dipped. Yeah, like I avoided joining the game, and like took like a time penalty for like, you know, basically closing out the client before like the game could start. Oh fuck, I actually ran out of ink. No! Ah! Oh, that's so embarrassing. Come on, at least they're dead. At least they're dead, but it was just like, I had them trapped in everything, I just ran out of ink. Oh no. Alright, let me ink the base a little bit. There we go. Am I getting old off this? Holy shit. Are we losing center? They're kind of big. Get out of here. Someone had ink, dumbass. I told you I have ink this time. I'm not losing to you. That one I'll lose. This is a fucking Nautilus. Oh, it's not a Nautilus. It's a mini Splatling? It's a special mini Splatling? Okay. I think that's a win. It looks like a win. Oh shit. No, maybe not. Oh my god. They like perfectly painted their side. What the hell? Yeah, okay, that's fine. Y'all won that one. Holy shit. Oh. We had a DC? Yeah, I didn't even notice. Oh, they had a DC. But they still won? Terrifying. Alright. I didn't even look at that score. What was it like? Yeah, I don't know. It wasn't even that bad. Alright. Like perfectly inked their side though. Like it was like flat blue. No texture to it or anything. It's fucking terrifying. Egg? What the fuck? Yeah, well played. Not Mahi Mahi. Honestly, I think Mahi Mahi probably isn't like the most competitive map, but like I'm okay with it now, I think. Oh. Jesus. Well played, Egg. Oh, water level's dropping. Cool. Build up another ult, eh? Delicious refreshment. Why'd you put it over there? Why can't we get it over there? Gotcha, girly pop. Girly pop, girly pop, girly pop, girly pop. Oh, well, I guess someone quit. But Teagues is on. Damn. Hey, Teagues. I'm just gonna go ahead and make a room, I guess. Let me hear Tegan's jokes. Tegan, the people want your jokes. Teagues! Dude, I don't know, man. I'm trying. I'm still here. June, I would never leave you behind. I don't know where Teagues is, though. And, like, I would leave June behind. Damn. Gotta, it's like that? If he was tired and needed a rest. Okay, that's fine. I believe June would be able to catch up. Oh, I forgot to post live, like everywhere, actually. Give me a second. I'm gonna do that in other places that I also neglected. Yep, there we go. There are the people who are now aware that we are live. Yep. But Rocky, I have FOMO. Just take a nippy nap. I mean, June, you're not gonna miss anything big, dude. You're the moment, okay? You're the event. Like, so whenever you're there, that's what's gonna happen. I have FOMO. I'm dead. Oh my god. Let me see. That's what's happening. Teagues is posting everywhere. Let me see. That's correct. Grammatically incorrect. Gotta, but okay. All right. Okay. I'm gonna do the one in Twitter. That's what they called me in college. Grammatically incorrect. Gotta. Damn. In this economy, the gig economy. Gotta. Oh man. Ready for the chocolate Splatfest on Twitch. Yeah, gig. Grammatically incorrect. Gotta. There it is. You got it. I always believe in you, gotta. Okay, I made the tweet. Teagues is obviously still angry with me, so she's not gonna talk. So I think I'm just gonna play one more game before or like we jump in with Teagues again.
I forgot. Hello.
Hi.
I fucking set my thing. I've been talking this and hang on. We're chocolate, correct?
Yeah, we're dark chocolate.
I've been sitting here going, are you? Can you confirm for me that we have dark chocolates game part of the game for literally 15 minutes.
Oh, that's really funny. Thank you, Tegan. I needed that laugh. Oh, man.
Changed it back to voice activity. Am I talking now?
You're talking, absolutely.
For fuck's sake. Oh my god. This is Prince Raglan's fault.
It's Prince Raglan's fault?
Prince Raglan's fault. Yeah, we were watching anime last night, and he was like, "Can you change to push to talk?" And I was like, "Yes, I can." And then I fucking forgot about it. God damn it. Put my goddamn Splatfest shirt on.
Come on, Raglan. Raglan. Raglan's not here right now. He's probably still sleeping.
Yeah, Raglan should be sleeping. Raglan's not sleeping. We got problems.
We got problems? It's like that? Okay.
Yeah, Raglan deserves a nap.
Yeah, I believe that.
Also, it'd be like 8 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I put my t-shirt on. I'm coming. So I've just been sitting here going, please confirm for me, Dark Chocolate, so I can get to the game part of the game.
Yeah,
Rocky, why are you ignoring me?
I didn't hear that at all.
Yeah, you didn't hear anything.
And like, I was watching the stream and I'm like, Teeks isn't bouncing. That's weird.
Yeah, y'all asked me for jokes, and I said, the joke is I'm exactly 30 minutes late, which is what I said I was going to be. And then it was like, oops. It turns out I'm stupid.
Oh my god, Teeks. There we go. Welcome to the game.
Here I am. Yeah, thanks. I got my Aerospray. We're working on Aerospray again today.
Word.
Because I have to warm up still.
June says you're not stupid, you're Tegan.
Yeah, it's true. You know what? I can be a little stupid as a treat. I'm very excited. I know has an interview coming up, which is exciting.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have an interview coming up, but Alex has an interview coming up. So.
Oh hell yeah.
Good vibes all around for everybody.
Also
somebody followed us.
Yeah,
but...
we got a new follow, but I can't read their name. Mostly because I can't read katakana. Teeks,
Oh, not that good. Let me see.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh, hang on. Game.
Yep.
Sorry. Thank you for the follow.
Thank you for the follow.
Yes. I forgot to booyah. I'm sorry. I didn't booyah.
Just booyah. That's all you gotta do. Just press the button.
I know. I just got to press the button.
Oh, not. Oh god. Gotta get like assassinated mid-sentence.
I got sniped.
My condolences.
It's okay.
Ah, fuck. Put down a shield.
I forgot how Splatoon works for a second.
It happens. I hear you. I hear ya.
Whoopsies.
Yep, that's a roller.
For a moment, I lived in a world where I didn't have to murder my enemies.
It should be updated now on the thing. June. Hello, I am in bed. Okay. Raglan's in bed, Teek, so, you know, no problems.
Yeah!
He doesn't want those.
Oh. Oh, God. That roller has gotten me twice.
Yeah, you gotta respect the roller. Roller's good.
I'm not paying attention.
There's two rollers, actually. Okay, I don't know which roller we have to respect, but please find the one that I can disrespect.
It's the big swig.
Noted. Yep, okay. I can see the big swig's power. Hello, in bed, I'm gotta. There we go. There it is. Kill the sniper! Let's go! I'm walking into their base. Fuck it. What are they gonna do? Stop me?
What are they gonna do?
Oh, God!
They're already dead.
The big swig! Oh, no! Oh, that's Dynamo.
I told you! Oh, Jesus Christ.
Raglan interviewed me ages ago when the video goes live, but it's in the queue. Okay, word. I've forgotten everything I said. That sounds like a Tegan. That's how Tegan does interviews. Yeah, that sounds like me. Yeah.
That's how I record every episode of Impossible Coin. If I remembered what I said, it's a bad week for me.
Yeah, true enough.
Oh, fuck. Carry Me is a very good sniper.
Yes, that's the joke.
I like them.
Fair enough.
Carry Me senpai, please explain to me how to be good.
Oh, That was that Big Swig? Is that I killed Carrie B.
I saw that. Big Swig's on his way, though.
Yeah. I don't think we get center here.
Nope. Not unless we're careful. Oh, shit. Don't jump to me.
I'm not going to that shield.
Fool.
I'm pushing the center. Just cleaning
Yeah,
this up.
good idea.
Kill carry me for the 3rd time. Get the fuck out of here.
Nice. I don't think I killed a single fucking person.
I like how we're all using this chat to shill our own shit, and then Tegan and Rocky are just playing Splatoon in the background. Yeah, I hear that. They should probably be more upset about that. Nah, it's fine. Whatever.
No, Kowachan. Thank you for the follow.
No Ko-chan? That's just...
No, Kowa. Ko-chan. No, Ko-chan.
Okay, word.
Because that's a oof that I use for Uton for my last name.
I wants me to ask me... I just wants me to ask questions, put it on YouTube. Hello, and bet I'm gotta... Damn, that sounds like a great idea. I should do that too. I should do that 2 months ago. That's pretty great, actually. Word. I will smother you with a pillow. Oh, God. Okay.
Shill your shit. That's fine.
Yeah,
I'm fine with you shilling as long as you don't post links.
Yeah. I think links is the line that I'm okay with here. Especially since y'all are, you know, community.
Yeah, if you were streaming with us though, we'd post your links for you.
Yeah, we would do that. That's true.
That's fair.
It's justice.
I should have changed guns. I'm dumb.
What do you mean? Aerospray's good.
Yeah, but I want to work on a Kira slide. I have the wrong aerospray equipped.
Oh, true. Yeah, I hear that.
Literally, I went into that battle and I was like, all right, and then I Akira slide up this ramp and I explode. And then I finished the Akira slide and I started Booyah bombing and I was like, wait a minute, what happened? But Tegan, you love Lynx? No, you don't understand.
That's pretty good, actually.
I can't interact with Link if their cosplay is too good. I cannot speak to them. It's embarrassing.
It's embarrassing, huh?
It's embarrassing. I turn into like a flustered little fangirl.
Oh, sick. Okay.
Which is why Alex's proposal was so good.
Fuck it up. Ah, you know what? God damn it, 10 attack. Oh, whatever.
I knew that was gonna happen.
You knew that we were gonna get DC'd? Or that I was gonna die to the 10 attack?
It took too long to load in for us to not be DC'd.
Okay.
I want everyone to tell me I'm making a good choice this morning. I have a big cup of water.
Oh, good stuff.
Not soda today.
That's right.
Water.
You have soda.
Good for me. I'm gonna change gear. I'm gonna pick the gun I want to work on. Oh, I should work on GooTuber actually.
June says it's a great choice. Good job, Tegan.
All right, I'm gonna do GooTuber. I lied.
Next year, next year when I can pull off a Link cosplay, it's over for you, bitches. Okay, dog.
It is over. I won't be able to work for you at that point.
Isn't that a shame, Raglan? You're gonna lose a great conspirator in Tegan because you're gonna pull off a Link cosplay because that's what's more important to you.
I'm just gonna be like, hi, I can't mod today. I will be here silently observing, and that's it. It'll be fine. I just won't be able to mod that stream. I'll just have to be like, hello.
No, but Tegan.
Link cosplay good. Thank you.
You know Raglan. Like once he gets a good cosplay going, it's not gonna be like a one stream thing. It's gonna be like a week, a month, maybe even a quarter. Like you'll
my god. Link Thank you, Gata. Thank you, Gata. Link cosplayers are hot. I know. I'm marrying one.
Got him. Easy. GG's. Free.
Right.
Okay. Let me push forward here. But Teeks, you gotta practice the sniper tech because I want to see those tricolors where like you're gonna be playing like defense or whatever, and then you're just gonna sit there and just like watch someone like go for the ultra signal and then pop, they're dead. And then you're just gonna do that 9 times in 3 minutes.
God, I hope. I wish.
Who's Hiccup, Gata?
I don't... Oh, yes, I have seen... I sent you the Hiccup cosplayer. Hiccup is the main character from How to Train Your Dragon. I sent you that Hiccup cosplayer.
His name's Hiccup?
The character's name is Hiccup.
Really?
Have you never seen How to Train Your Dragon?
I feel like I did, but maybe I was drunk.
Okay, this is what we're watching then for...
A watch along?
Yeah, for the watch along. Next watch along.
Oh my god.
Oh, I don't know how this. What? Ah, no.
I deserve
I
that.
got fucked by an arrow spray because I don't know what I'm doing.
Yeah, and his name's Beef. Okay, is his name
Yeah.
Beef or is it named Pick? What? Okay, you know, it's fine. We'll come back to it. Why am I getting bullied here? What is happening?
I'm bad. That's what's happening.
Oh god. Ink strike? No ink strike. We're okay. How do I? Okay, you know what? That's fine. Don't like the name Dry Bones. It implies the existence of wet bones, and that's no good. Wait, you're not excited about Wet Bowser?
Okay, I haven't killed anybody yet, but that's okay.
Word. All in due time, Teeks.
Yeah.
One of these days, I'm gonna kill one of these dumbasses. Got one. There we go. Got two. Let's go. Okay.
Let's go. You got it. You got this, Rocky. Defend me.
Okay. Water drop in.
Oh no! I did not get my ult off.
Uh.
All the bones in your body are wet. They are also continually producing additional liquid. They're not just wet. They
I'm
also
dead.
produce wet.
But I pulled two of them into one corner. Wet Bowser is not that far from Rehydrate again, and yet somehow I find it much less preferable.
Rehydrate Ganon, sexy.
Get it?
Wet Bowser,
But Bowser's already wet.
Wet Bowser implies, like, has the implication of being moist. That's the problem.
We don't know if he's moist. He could just be hydrated. Or soaked. What about soaked Bowser? Is that okay?
Soaked Bowser has the potential to be sexy.
No father? No, I just killed no father. Come on. Why would you put that on me? Ah, that's an ink strike. I don't want that. But I do want that. Let's go, Masquille.
What the ZR button does? So...
That shoots, right?
Yeah, but I forgot which button was ZR.
Oh,
I should
jeez.
say.
Oh, jeez. Man, the weather is great. God, I love the weather, huh? Wet Bowser's preferable over moist Bowser.
Two. I have splatted 2.
Let's go, Teeks.
I also got splatted.
I'm pushing into their base. We need to take over center.
They're in our base.
Are
Yeah.
they? But there's one guy here.
They're totally in our base.
I feel like I'm not doing enough damage. Well, no, GG's. Yeah, that sounds right.
Close. I got 2 though.
Good stuff, Teeks.
Very exciting for me. Topu. Nageo?
Hmm?
Nageo? I don't know what Nageo is.
Nageo?
Yeah, that's what their name was.
Mm.
Top Nageo.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, I figured out my problem.
I'm listening.
I need different glasses.
Yeah, I hear that.
I need something with like haunt on it.
I'm also realizing that, like, I'm not running Ninja Squid anymore because I don't have it on, like, I can't wear it on the Splatfest tee. And so, like, my game has to change.
I put tenacity on, but, like, yeah, it'll be fine.
Okay, Ragla's badgering you about Kill a Kill, Teeks.
I have not seen Kill a Kill, no. I was not interested in a power system that involved 14-year-old girls getting naked, sorry.
That's fair. I understand it.
I also don't like the animation style. Why does your automod trigger when I say words like bitch and shit? Because the way that automod is set up. Sorry.
Yeah, it's just automod. Like, we haven't touched it. That's just the default automod.
It's not liking Trigger's animation style. I just didn't like it for that particular story. I do like Studio Trigger's work. I just didn't like it on Kill a Kill.
Eh.
I also did not like the power system where, like, you're more powerful when you're naked.
That's not exactly what it is, but I hear you. Oh, there's a sprinkler. Fuck you. And you are not smart enough to do that. Like, you can't just rush in like that. Thank you. Goodbye. Get out. Come here, you fucking nerd. There we go. Got it.
We got a wipeout.
Yeah, we just killed 3 of them in a row. 4? Get out of here, prima. Oh, shit. I might die here. Yep. I rolled into a wall. Yep. I died. The naked power thing is valid. Yeah.
I, as the sniper, swam away.
I pulled 2 of them into a corner. Tegan, were you in the watch party with OSH when I saw the People on Fire movie? People on Fire anime movie whose name I forget? Is that...
With Osh, when you saw the People on Fire... Oh, no. It was, I know what it is. I know what the anime is, the movie you're talking about is. It's that other anime that I haven't seen. Fuck.
Fire Force?
Nope. It's got, a boy in it who looks like a Yuri on Ice character, but isn't.
Okay. Oh, shit.
It's got the like, pink and blue fire.
Oh, Promare?
From what?
Promare?
Yeah, Promare. Promare.
Oh, it's Promare? Okay, cool. I've never heard it out loud, so.
Ow. Damn it.
I'm like pulling attention, but I can't get them.
Promare! No. I did not get to watch Promare. I was, I think, at work. I was either at work or we were recording podcast. One of the two.
Hey, Junker. That's a tough one to pronounce. You and ironically, yeah, I think Tegan would like Promare actually.
Yeah. Promare is one of those things that was on a list to watch with my friends before the pandemic happened. And then they ended up watching it without me because I didn't want to go to a theater.
Yeah. Word. That's 2. You guys are not good enough to kill me. Please leave. Thank you. Goodbye. Whoo! I love that list has.
The list.
Yeah, go ahead.
ReZero and Konosuba, but not Overlord, Tanya, Shield Hero, or Cautious Hero. I think I had Overlord.
No. He's talking about the 48 like list.
Yeah, I thought that list had Overlord.
It doesn't have Overlord on it.
Hmm.
I just finished watching Beast Tamer. It's mid trash. Yeah, I hear that. Wait.
I have a question, got it. Is the cat girl good though?
Don't bother, but also not the worst waste of time.
Okay, fair enough.
Shoutouts to Squilliam, I guess. Teeks, you went 5 and 2. You're doing stuff.
Oh, I'm getting better.
Teeks is gonna be a GoodTuber sensation.
Maybe. GoodTuber's range is mid, but it's okay.
Squilliam?
A great name.
Yeah, Squilliam's a great name. Oh man, there was another thing that I was seeing the other day. I forgot what it was, but like they were talking about like the various translations for like the named characters in SpongeBob, and like Squidward was just like in other languages just like Squid plus like Edward, and the one in Spanish was really good that I can't remember. Like if I could remember how to say squid in Spanish, I could do it, but like I don't remember what it is. Hello back from breakfast. Hell yeah. Splaturday. That was breakfast. I'm Rocky.
It's a good name.
And Splatoon Saturday has been fun. Having a good time. I'm sorry. Is there a roller up there? Are they still there?
There is.
Get the hell out of here. Oh, Teeks. Oh no.
Oh, I fell.
No, that's kind of my fault. June_Monday.
Morning, Bandit.
Yeah, Teeks is here now.
I hope your Saturday is good.
I'm gonna get my ult back.
We're getting ready for Splatfest, sort of.
Yeah, I'm farming gear. Teeks is getting used to sniping.
Damn it. Damn it!
You're good, Teeks.
I almost wasn't, but I missed. I was trying to get the roller
Fuck.
who was dropping in.
Yep. I'm advancing on the right.
I see. You are no longer advancing. Oh no, you are advancing on the right continuously.
Yep, I killed that one guy with the ult, so I had some space.
Okay, they're blocking someone on the left. I'm going into the middle.
I'm gonna roll around the right. Found a roller. Roller's dead again. Walking across the bridge. Can you cover?
Oh,
Got one. Ooh, that roller waited for me. That was so good. I'm proud of them, actually. I am farming, gotta. You got any tips?
oh damn.
Got two.
Thank you.
Here to help.
He was coming for my ass. Not a good sniper yet. I haven't hit a single shot.
Stay rooting, stay tuning, and by God, stay shooting. I'll do my best, guys.
And that's pretty good advice.
Hit the cat. I hit a K, so you know. Let's go.
Ooh.
That's not your middle. This is my middle, actually.
No. I'm not doing very well on this map, but that's okay. I'm learning.
True enough.
Tech is being learned.
We'll see how that went.
I'm not comfortable being a sniper, but I'm working on it.
Ooh, this
No.
is no. I think we lose.
Yeah, we lose.
Chance. Sorry, you can't see it. Let me hide the chat icons. It's gone. It's fine. It was like 0.4%.
It was 0.4% literally. What a wild time.
Just barely.
Just barely, literally, like,
I had a very good game. I had 4 ults. 20.
I had one kill and one ult. Very bad, but that's okay.
All right.
You can't get better without practicing.
True enough. What does my gear look like? Oh wait, I can't check. Well, it's okay.
Your gear looks like a shirt and shoes and glasses.
True enough. I'll switch to sword like on my first like scrub.
Sad Woomy!
Oh no, that's that Rumi.
Onsen Fred! I love everyone's name. Oh no. Shit.
Oh shit. Close.
It's soda time for me.
Oh, give me that. Contesting center. Oh no, I'm not. Okay,
Oh, dang it.
here we go. Go on. Oh fuck! That was a good booyah bomb. I'm not mad at it. Okay. Yeah, we gotta get these people out. Advancing on the left.
I'm back.
Blah blah, we're down. Shout us to Lucky Core. Odd. They're just gonna keep throwing these, huh?
Oh. Yeah, they really are. Unless we can chase them out.
I'm trying. I deserve that. I like just stood next to it. Oh my god. Okay. We gotta get out of this base. Jesus.
Oh shit! Ah! There was no getting around that. Oh my god.
They're
That was
just-
wild.
They are
Shoot
sieging
all
us.
3 of them literally at the same time. There was no delay in those.
Got Moises.
Ow! Oh my god. This is not going well even a little bit.
Gotta move. Moises down again. About to break 1,000. I'm dead. Okay.
Ah.
Let's see if we can chase them out.
Nope, I don't think so.
Once and Fred's down. Lucky Core is also dead. Where are they? Oh, it's a sprinkler. Well.
Jeez, yeah, there was no way. That was just bad.
Oh, Lord. Okay, I'm gonna move this from top to bottom to top, I think. Yeah, we got smoked. Oh my god,
We got
7.
smoked. That wasn't even close.
Made yourself an egg cream this morning. It was very good. Love that for you, Bandit. Jesus Christ.
What?
Well, what are you gonna do?
I got 3 kills. That's pretty good.
I'm not mad at that.
Mm.
Sad Woomy, though. Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah, sad Woomy.
Sometimes you have a bad game. What are you gonna do?
Cry.
Cry?
Try not to cry a lot.
Yeah, I hear
Is
that.
that what we're gonna do?
I mean, you know, if cry if you need to.
Hmm.
An emotional release. Shouldn't be afraid of your emotions.
Yeah, you should.
Okay, for sure, Teeks.
Wake up, it's Splatoon time.
Oh, damn.
Good
really?
morning.
League of Legends?
Ah. Winnie.
Okay.
Tegan is the voice of the people. Oh no. No, don't do that. Don't listen to that. Don't
Oh.
listen to me.
Oh, Lord.
That's bad advice.
You got 2 snipers, so you got a buddy, Teeks. Play the angles. Roll her down.
Oh, that was bad.
Okay, I'm pulling back a bit. Ink strike come in? That's not ours, right? Yep, that's theirs. Okay. Not by me.
Ah! Oh! They have a sniper. I didn't realize this.
Yeah, they have a sniper, but we have 2 snipers.
We haven't inked anything in our base.
Yeah, I know. Like, we push forward first. It's okay. If we die, we just ink that.
Nobody's inking back.
Oh my god. I'll do it whenever I die.
Okay.
Fuck. I'm cornered. There we go. Simply ink more, problem solved. Yeah, okay. I got the base, no problem.
I got one!
Good shit, Teeks. Shit. Yeah, that's fair. Got Squiddy.
I got. Lulu got me.
Word. I'm looking for the roller.
Lulu's range is longer than mine is.
Yeah. Butt charger. Like, just what's gonna be. Oh my god, did I really get hit by that? Ugh. Okay, anyways. My mental illness would force me to ink every single spot, despite that not being the ideal method of winning this game. I hear that. Definitely a tough thing to balance. You are not better than me, MJ. Get the fuck out of my base. Sorry. I'm upset that they killed me before.
No, you're good.
Up. No, you're here.
I see Lulu.
I died to that. Why can't we get along and paint things? I mean, we can. Honestly, I think it's just a different game mode, Gotta.
I can't reach Lulu from here where they are.
Okay, that's fine. Just guide me, and I can, like, you know, be like the
Lulu's
flank center.
Lulu's up on their left side.
Okay.
Oh no, go away.
I see Lulu. Lulu's down. I have a flank. I got Squiddy. We ink their side. That's our wipeout. Let's fucking go.
Yeah. I just came out to ink a little bit.
Rocky, you're not supposed to roll into the water. You are correct, Gotta. I'm not supposed to. It was a mistake on my part. But we pulled it off.
We can't swim because the ink is oil-based.
Give me a second. I'm gonna flip the chap icons and the...
Ooh.
Let me see. It's flip horizontal. Oh, I have to move them. That's okay. I can do that. And I do want to flip...
Now we're in the middle.
Yeah. I got it. No problem. Give me a second. Oh.
I hit 3 people. Good job. And I only died twice.
Look it up, Teeks. There we go. See, easy peasy.
Yeah.
Whoo! Okay, I'm starting to get warm. Had a good couple of games. So I think I'll be alright if I switch to sword in a little bit.
I keep just like slightly missing.
True.
My shots against the 2 like moving like squid guys.
Okay. Is it like over or under correction?
It's neither. I think they're center on my radical and they're slightly left or slightly right. So
Okay.
it's entirely like a judgment thing. Like I think I'm hitting dead center, but I'm not.
Okay. No, that's fair.
When you switch to blade, I'll go back to like a regular gun.
No. Like, I mean, you know, enjoy your practice. Like, it's a great time to do it. Especially since more people are coming on. They want to get the shells.
You need the shells for the shell machine.
True. Also, you know, because of the first part of the Splatfest. We get points for that.
Yep. We get lots of points for it. None of these people have their shirts. Oh, we got some Team Chocolate, regular chocolate members over there.
Yeah, let's smoke them.
We gotta get them. We gotta show them.
E-liter 4K, okay? So, like, you know, beware.
Yeah, bigger range than what I can offer.
Yeah. But, like, you know, don't sweat it. Just, like, you know. I see where they're perched.
Literally,
I can push them
like,
off.
Half map clear.
Push them off. The sniper's, like, down here. Damn it, Bloblobber. A good Bloblobber, though. Great cover.
Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm super bad off. I'm learning. Get over it.
I can push him off.
Do it. I believe in you.
They're not staying up there. There's no way. Tin the booyahs. You don't need a sprinkler here, though. Come on. Good kill, whoever that was. Yep. That's fine. I got flanked.
Ah, dang it. I should have hit that guy.
Smoke weed every
the
day.
blood lover was like a point blank, and I missed.
Point blank Bloblobber is still rough. Like, I can't even do that with dualies half the time.
Yeah, but I should have. He was right in front of me with my sniper.
Push the sniper off their perch. Bloblobber's looking at me. Oh, that was close. Okay. Bomb.
Out.
Traded. Avenged.
I keep trying to play this like a regular gun, and it does not work that way.
Fair enough.
Also, nobody inking our base is driving me nuts. Can't stand it. Ink our base.
Okay.
Can't win without ink.
Sniper down.
Good job.
I need ink. Fuck. GG's.
You do need ink.
Yeah, GG's. That's fine.
Bad. That was bad.
Close. Wild.
Close but bad.
If I hadn't died, I think we would have won. GG.
Yeah, GG. These colors for the Splatfest are ugly. They're so ugly. Yeah, I didn't hit a single person. Okay, I'm gonna change guns.
Okay.
I have a desire to change guns.
Bandit, do you want to play with us? Next week.
When is Splatfest? Yeah, next weekend. It's gonna be Friday through Sunday next week.
Nah, it's fine.
I just gotta be better at being mobile. I think as a sniper, I gotta be more confident that my team will actually like back me up.
Is that? Do you think it's like a loadout issue?
I think it's a confidence issue and a map awareness issue.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
For sure.
It's me. I think the problem is me.
Well, I mean, you always think the problem is you, and like while
that's because it is.
I mean, there's always something you can do about it, but it's not always you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean. So with the regular gun, right? I have confidence that I can solo.
Okay.
If I need to. Ow, fuck.
So like
with a sniper, I can't solo.
Maybe practice like mid-range, close-range shots. Oh fuck! Hold on, this Trizuka needs to chill. Where's the third shot? There we go. Got it. No death. Neutralized. Getting them off the perch.
Crab coming.
Which way?
Right here.
Oh, that's your crab. What up? Gotcha, Joy-Con drift. I finally did it. I've slain Joy-Con drift. Got your back, Teeks.
Nice. Good job.
Not avenged. Damn it.
I love crab. Someone's coming in our base.
They do like doing that. It's big gnarly.
You do? Oh, it's a crab. Enemy crab. They are gone.
He always... Jesus, there's a roller in. Teeks on your left. Left.
They're up there.
Yep, I see him.
No, they're not. They're behind. They dropped down.
I'm gonna flank. Don't push too close. Good stuff, Teeks.
There's somebody up there.
Yep. Now there's not.
Good shit.
Taking center. I don't have ink. This is a nightmare.
You need ink.
I'm going.
You need to ink. Got him.
Oh my god, I'm so bad.
Across the bridge.
Yeah, I walked across the bridge and then I jumped off the stage. I'm bad at this video game. Yep,
Damn.
that's fair.
The squeezers are so good. There's somebody literally in our base. There's 2 people in our base.
Yeah.
Hello? Get
Jinx,
the fuck out of here.
it's Saturday, you know. Ow! Yeah, the squeezer popped the tri
The
bazooka.
squeezer good.
Okay.
Damn it. I almost got enemy crab.
Mm-hmm.
Mad. Ingy. No
good.
talk at Ingy.
Sharp
You
edge
think I
snacks, though.
wasted-
Wasted what?
God. I wasted my good energy drink earlier in the week.
What's the good energy drink?
The good energy drink, the orange Red Bull, the strawberry apricot one.
Oh, true. Those are good.
Instead of the summer edition now, they made that one permanent. It's the amber edition.
Let's go.
One day we'll be good at things.
I didn't even see Amelie that game. She had so much free time.
Mm-hmm. I saw Amelie several times. I saw Crab and I went, Crab. She killed me several times also.
I can know.
It's okay.
I just lost a game
I'm
by
learning.
1p. I hear that, Bandit. Sometimes it happens. I hope you had fun.
It happens. We won a game by 0.6p.
Yeah, 0.4 one time.
0.4, yeah. Keto!
Pokemobs. Yeah, let's... Okay.
Ooh, okay. I'm gonna watch enemy sniper on the other side is using the sniper rifle that I want to use. I'm gonna try and see how they use it.
Word. I'm playing aggressive this time. Like, fuck it. I've been playing back for a little bit.
Okay. Ah. I got splatted by the Flingza.
Yeah, hear that. You're not stopping my approach. Sorry. I can tell ya.
Sorry for being the first death.
You're good. I'm in their base.
That's not good for them.
Kill Trev.
Ah! The Flingza got me again!
Okay, so... Ugh, I rolled in a straight line. I still killed them anyways. Get fucked, Pokemobs. Hey, a boomer. I don't know if I said it before, but hi. Good morning. I hope you're having a good time. Welcome to the stream.
Welcome. Hey, I just got off of Sniper, and now I don't know how to play a regular gun anymore, and it's definitely showing.
Teeks, just slow down.
I got 5 shots this time with the sniper rifle. That's better than I've ever done. Not mad about it.
Jeez. Okay. I gotta respect that the Flinks is gonna hide out sometimes.
Ah, Jesus, that was good. Seen their sniper at all. I don't know where they are. I don't know what they're doing. But I guess they also haven't gotten me once, so like, good?
Sniper is sitting behind cover, like, and watching the center, like, pillar. That's all they're doing.
Oh, okay. Ah, Jesus Christ! Again with the Flingza. Again! Am I back? No. The Flingza is good. The Flingza is good, and I'm moving in predictable patterns.
Okay.
This is the problem.
How do you become less predictable?
I don't know. I have to think about it.
We lost center. Oh, is it Boomer's birthday? Happy birthday, Boomer.
Yeah! Gotta have a birthday stream later.
Hell yeah.
I killed one person. It took me all game. Ugh. Happy birthday, Boomer!
In like 30 minutes? Word. Am I
That'll
the...
be fun.
GG's.
What are you gonna do for your birthday stream?
Those the squid kids who are wrong.
Hey, I'm a squid kid. Rocky's an octo kid.
I am an octokid.
Happy Boomsday. Congrats on being born. Oh my god, I did not do well for me at all. Oh, I killed 4 people. Look at that.
Hmm.
I was like, I killed 1 person. My stats were like, no.
That's why we have stats.
Oh, I know the problem. I don't have my swim speed stuff on.
Ah.
Oh, I forgot. Oh my god, we're fighting Dark Shadow.
Oh, cool. Let's go. We got Miller Hero and Brick Girl. Let's do it.
And Player. Aww. Hi, Player.
Yeah, I don't trust that.
I don't know, they got a Tenta-shot.
Yeah, I've seen that story before.
Ah! I got wrecked my shit and moved on. That was so funny. What? Ah! Again! Okay,
You can
now
try
it's not
studying the
letting
blade,
me
but I'm better at the blade than you are. Get out of here, actually.
Oh my god.
I am...
Ooh, you're gonna play Among Us? That'll be fun.
Oh, he has armor. I couldn't kill him. Oh, that's so bad. Well, I was really in their base, so please take center. Please just advance.
I'm working on it. Hey, Big Gulp, you gotta do something about that guy.
Hey, Dark Shadow's nothing.
Alright, here we go.
Oh my god, Ark. Water level dropping.
Dark Shadow.
Oh, jeez.
I am in their base.
Roxas is also in our base, but I'll get him. Don't worry about it.
No, I'm in their base.
Yeah, I know. But I'm saying Roxas is also in our base. Don't worry about it. I've got it.
I won't. I died in their base.
Ah.
But they aren't cleaning up my mess, so...
Oh, sick. Love that. Oh my gosh.
It's the Flingza, I'm telling you.
Eh, he gets one. It's okay.
My range is further than yours, you fool.
Okay, if you got that, then I'm gonna push over here. Okay. Alright, Flinksa. Oh, we're like really in their base.
Yeah. Ah, Ark got me. Also, someone's super jumping to where Ark was.
Oh, we got wiped out. We might lose, actually. Shame.
No. Ah. Nope, maybe. We can't get back out of base. Yeah, nah, we lost.
Yeah.
They did not clean up my mess.
Oh,
Oh,
then never mind.
goodness.
I think we win, actually.
I don't think so. Nope.
Oof. Hey, well. What are you gonna do?
Get that smiley shirt, apparently.
Oh, shit. I could get that smile. Yeah, I'll do it later. Sure, it'll show up again.
Yeah, I think player was a player.
Hmm.
I think they just got the game. Alright.
Yeah, maybe.
Alright, let's get some swim speed up in here. Oh, where are my swim speed? Where are my swim speed? Hello? Run speed. Where's my swim speed stuff? Where did it? There we go. Yeah. Relax. Run speed. That's... Yeah, I'll do that. Alright. New shoes on, but that's okay. Climbing shoes.
Is it like prop hunt? Oh my god. Come on,
Kind of, but not. The hide and seek is. Ooh. There's a psycho over there.
We got the Squid King.
Mm-hmm. They have a sniper caution.
Word.
Out.
I'm bad.
Nope. I couldn't get in the water. In the ink.
Squid King, let's go!
They've controlled the center.
Did they? Or did Booyah Bomb? Oh my god. That's the sniper? That's embarrassing.
Yeah. Ah! Sniper knows what they're doing.
Yeah.
Squirrel knows what they're doing.
Oh my god. And I died. Oh no. The sniper.
Yeah, sniper. Ah, the sniper and the roller are working in tandem really well.
Yeah, that's the classic.
Yeah, that's the strat. I swam in the water instead of jumping.
Yeah, I hear that. Oh fuck.
Managed to miss them with every single shot.
That's not great, Tegs. I'll let you know.
Yeah, that's really not. My mid-range gun should be better than the arrow spray, and it's not. What is happening?
Jesus, that was a good flank.
Yeah, they don't... They just straight up do not have to worry about us.
Hey, yo.
I haven't gotten one crab off.
I'm not protecting my ults. That's fair. Okay, this is not my game. Jesus Christ.
Psycho splatted me on crab.
Yeah, that happens. I got Psycho.
I mean, that's great, but we still lost this 100%. We lost it so bad. Oof.
Eh, 5%.
Bad.
It's not that bad.
Bad. Awful. Evil. Terrible.
Oh my gosh.
Must do better. Want to do better.
Yeah, I died 8 times that game. That wasn't good.
My shirt is rolling like shit this time. Sub resistance up? Terrible.
Well, actually, I mean...
I'm not getting hit by a single sub. I'm getting hit by a roller. Where's roller resistance up? Oh, we're gonna lose to an NPC.
They're all hyper close range.
Mm-hmm.
We can zone them. Can't be that hard.
I'm hitting the booyah button, and it is not booyahing. I think I need to change. I think my controller is running out of battery.
Okay.
I will change it after this match.
Dancing. Quinn.
Got NPC.
A bouillon, a bouillonat, a bouilla bent, a bouilla spence, besence. Oh god, what is that? Oh, like a bouilla absence. I hear it now. I got it.
I got. They're coming out of base.
I mean, allegedly.
No, they are.
Oh, there's one. Okay. Inkstorm got me. That's fine. My genius is appreciated. You know me, I be out here appreciating.
Let's see. What are we doing? Where am I going? Whomst am I inking?
Need help on the right?
Coming. Ah, heck. I swam into their thing and then I faced the wrong direction.
Oof. Booyah appreciated. Oh, God.
Here's the most important question, though, Gata. Do you booyah back?
I get wrecked.
I got. Oh, they got. Nice. Get got. I'm not doing well for me ink-wise. I'm only hitting like the 800s.
Mm.
I have to analyze myself and figure out why that is.
One good booyah deserves a booyah there. A booyah another. God damn it. 10 seconds. Okay.
Alright. Time to switch controllers. Oh yeah, we won that one. Nice.
Did not lose to NPC.
Important.
Menthol gum, huh? With his triple shades. Look at this shit. Oh my god.
The triple shades are the last catalog's level 100 item.
On this one? Oh, the last one. Okay.
Last one.
Yeah.
Alright, double ink saver main on my shoes so far. That's good.
Wait, you're wearing fresh shoes?
Yeah, fresh shoes.
Okay.
Their ink saver main for their main skill, and now their first sub skill is ink saver main. Their ink line climbing shoes.
Wait, so like you've been wearing fresh clothes this whole time?
No, not the whole time.
Okay. I bought the GameCube. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I bought the GameCube Switch controller. That's also Joy-Cons. Very excited.
I also have the GameCube. I got the silver GameCube Switch controller.
God, I had a GameCube Switch controller, but I ended up trading it in back.
Ah.
It's cool. I'll get another one. Or I guess if I really need it, I'll get another one. I like the Pro controller.
I didn't like the Pro controller. It's a little wide for me. I have the same problem with Xbox controllers. Xbox controllers are too wide.
For sure.
My hands are not that big. Tiny hands, small reach, long fingers.
You can also hook to your PC, which is why I got it. Yeah, true. Honestly, I wish I had known that before I got like the the Xbox pad that I have now, because like I did have the Pro controller before it, and I just didn't know how to actually connect it to my PC properly.
I can do that.
Yeah, it looks a little weird because like when you plug it in and it interfaces with Steam, you'll get like a blue like circle around your like home button, but like it works.
Yeah, so I found out one of Nintendo's design philosophies since like the N64 has been like, how does this fit in a child's hand? And I think that helps a lot. Because
True.
other systems are definitely designed with like adult grips in mind, you know?
Come on, don't both of you die to killer whale. Got one. Controlling center.
Dang, the slosher got me.
Yep.
My ink.
He's dead.
Base.
So
Good
is that.
job.
There we go. God damn it. Wipe out. Push forward.
Nice. Good job. I'm cleaning up backline a little bit.
Boomer also has small hands, so he does need child hands. Or they need child hand consideration.
Yeah, I really wish Xbox controllers came in two sizes, big, like regular and small. Because the regular size is just too big for me. It doesn't sit comfortably in my hands, and that's 100% the reason I don't play Xbox games.
Word.
Like, I would absolutely love to take advantage of Game Pass and play things that sound fun, but I simply cannot. Ow. Babungus got me.
A bungus? Oh, fuck.
Babungus. What a fucking name.
Damn it. I deserve that.
What'd you do?
I rolled forward into the sloshing machine, and then, like, I rolled left to try to cover, but I double rolled and, like, ended up in open space and died anyways.
Oh, gotcha.
Like, I just gotta stop mashing, you know? Or walking into the water. If I could do that.
Walking into water. Yeah, don't do that.
The old Xbox controllers have gotten specifically, like, wider over the years. Like, specifically. Here we go, macaque. Slosher.
I just need a slightly smaller one, you know? It doesn't have to be too big, too much smaller, just a little bit. If I could hook up like a Switch controller to
A PC?
the Xbox or the PC, I'd be a lot happier.
You can for sure.
Yeah, I just got roller got me from behind because I was not looking.
I think we win.
Maybe.
Yeah, no, fuck them.
Yeah, we do.
Get wrecked forever. Why was it so stressful?
God
God
I don't
damn it.
know. I have no idea. That was a lot.
Oh,
It didn't need to be rude, illegal.
now I see why. It's because I was #1 damage taker.
Oh. That would do it.
Oh my god.
I just need the buttons closer to the sticks, yeah.
#1 damage taker, but so 8 and 3.
I need it to be shorter, so that I don't have to deal with, like, triggers and buttons and sticks so far away from each other. My palms are small. My fingers are long. Like, relatively, so... Or comparably, I guess. So, like, having the buttons closer isn't really my problem. It's like, the thing sits too far down in my hand. I have so much ink. It's so good. I feel the ink. What if I just ran 9 Inksaber mains?
That's your business, Teagues.
Would people hate me?
I think they'd be confused if they're not winning.
Mmm.
But if you win, who cares?
I will simply win. There's 2
Yeah.
Splatlings on there.
We need flanks, and that's the only way we can fight them.
Yeah.
I am not fighting these guys in a straight fight. Fuck that. Squiffer
I'm
down.
gonna bully a sniper.
Yep. There we go. That sounds right.
Jesus. These Splatlings, they're schmovin'.
One of them,
they got run speed up.
One of them has 7 run speed on theirs.
Yeah. They're both running run speed up, it looks like.
That's fine.
Makes sense. They're a heavy gun.
Dead.
Out.
Fair. Just.
Yeah. It hurts when you get hit and you're like, yeah, you know what, actually, though, that's valid.
Yeah.
One of the Splatlings has taken up a sniper position.
Oh, god damn it, that shot, that hurt. That hurt my spirit. I did not deserve that. That was not justice. Whatever, it's fine. I just have square hands, so my fingers are relatively the same as my palms, so I need things that are more uniform, so I super feel it. Okay, right.
Water level is dropping.
Missiles live. Not dynam missiles. Fuck you, Flinza. God damn it. Sniper on the left, Flinza on the right.
I got one of the Hydras down. Sniper got me.
Hydra jumped, so I'm pushing across.
Okay. I'm going...
Jesus! I should have rolled. If I had gotten 1 roll off, I think I could have killed. God, 7 run speed is so nuts.
Ow. I got. Hishimi got me. Or sashimi. Oh, fuck. His name's Sashimi. God damn it.
Yeah.
I'm mad at him now. Oh, I'm gonna get him.
Yo.
You know what? Just for naming yourself fucking a kind of sushi, I'm coming for you now.
Get it, Teeks.
See you.
I see Flinza on the right.
Ah, he got me again. Damn
Flings
it.
is dead. Okay.
Damn it. I'm so mad.
We just traded sides? Is that worth it? No, we still lose. Yep. God damn it.
For us.
You flinched when you should have scurried. I did flinch. Wait. No. No.
No.
Close, but no.
Close, but no, it doesn't do it. Oh.
Yeah.
Hello?
Hey, thanks for the follow.
Yeah. Who is it? Dare. Vimo.
Thanks for the follow, Vimo.
Thanks
Hope you
for
enjoyed the
follow,
stream.
Vimo. Yeah. Hang out, have fun.
I think I'm swapping. No, I'm not. One more. One more and then I swap.
Okay.
Hello.
Welcome in. We're prepping for the Splatfest this weekend. We're going to be repping Team Dark Chocolate.
True. Yeah, they want to play with us. That's fine. Food. I should think about food. Food is important. It's nourishing to our
Real food,
bodies.
or do you mean
Real
game
food.
food?
Game food
Oh,
resets
okay.
in like 3 matches.
Okay.
Room's posted.
Okay. I'm coming. I'm gonna eat some food. Do you want money or do you want XP?
Money.
Alright.
Because XP doesn't affect like the shell thing, right?
Right. It just affects your catalog
Yeah.
and your regular stuff.
Yeah, then money.
Alright.
Actually, I'm gonna check the game shop just to ensure that there isn't like a hat or shoes you should be looking at.
I mean, there probably are, but you know. Alright. am back. It's my last double cash for teammates ticket, so.
True.
But at least we'll get to use it.
Damn.
We'll definitely do 20 more matches, so.
I'm gonna buy this ink black flap cap, even though I don't actually want intensify action.
Yeah? Because it looks good?
That and like it comes with like main ink resistance with 4 slots.
Ooh.
Everything else is fine.
The Doolies has an interesting hat on.
Okay.
You should check it out if you get a chance.
Is it like the goggles? Like the one?
Yeah, it's like the night vision goggles.
2 down. Pushing into their base. Kill the sniper too, so like free reign.
Cleaning up.
They just stood in a straight line though, so. Killed wolf.
Ah, I got.
I see it.
Beanie got me. Cleaning up base.
Noted.
I'll come back with crab tank though, so that'll be nice.
Oh yeah? We're like in their base. We're just punking them right now. Dear lord. I'm gonna leave before I get sniped.
Good idea. Tank.
Word. Gotcha, Demi. Thanks, June. Thanks, Boomer.
Nice.
I threw that into the water! No! Okay. Oh, that's so bad.
It happens, it's okay.
I like literally threw my oat into the water.
I swam into that and then I was like, oh, I really hope this is us actually.
Oh, that's pretty great.
Without realizing.
Got wolf again. Yeah, we're really in control of this map.
Creating opportunity for a big swig by inking their feet.
Bye, Roxas. Thanks for playing.
Yeah, we're really just going after them, aren't we?
Yeah, the goggles I think are the new egg reward, actually, Boomer. Oh, that wasn't anything. Whoop. Ah, I ran out of ink. Oh yeah, those are the new egg reward.
Nice.
Whoo! Yeah, GG's. Get out of here.
Nice.
Get fucking
They
wrecked.
tried right at the end, but damn.
Mm-hmm. I was a popular target.
I was not a popular target, but I was an inker.
Okay.
Heyo. Home base and turf, just generally. So, is that your last match before you need a scrub, or you needing one more?
No, I need a scrub.
I said a lot of words. Oh, I hit keep going. Whoops.
I'm gonna stop because
All right.
I'm gonna go scrub and then I'll switch the blade and then we'll do some blade stuff.
Alrighty. I guess I'll do a solo match then. Whoopsies.
No worries.
I'll need to scrub after this though. So.
Okay, then I'll probably goof around. Hey, merch. Grab this shirt, dog.
Love merch.
He's a good dude.
He's grown up so fast.
Let me see. Do I? It doesn't matter. Let me see.
Alright, let's see.
And the shoes. Well, I want to check add abilities. Man, I still don't have any of the stuff that I want. That's annoying. Like, I have ink saver, but like that's it. Oh well.
Okay, their sniper knows what they're doing.
Okay. He switched.
They have an E-liter 4K. You know, as you do.
True enough. Damn, I'm dumb. I just overwrote my setup.
Again?
It's okay. I know exactly what's supposed to go there, so I'm just gonna re-register the fit.
I can't believe I'm gonna lose to somebody named Zelda Master.
Well, like, don't.
Seems illegal, but...
Yeah, because, like, what I want to put on these are ink resistance, which I don't have enough for, and run speed. I don't have enough for. All I have are sub resistance. I have one ink saver. It's okay. So I'm gonna... Oh, wait. That's right. Splatnet delivery. So if I go here... There's the hat.
Oh.
Yeah, so like... Okay, hold on. So chat, real quick. This is the hat that I was thinking about wearing to Splatfest, but what if I wore this one instead? Is this cooler, or should I keep the beret? What do y'all think?
I like the beret.
You like the beret?
Yeah, but that's me.
Word. Anyone else?
We're gonna lose! Oh my god, I'm so mad.
Gata also likes a beret. Alright, I'll keep the beret. At least for now.
I mean, the ear flaps is probably a good thing considering, like, the colors of the enemy ink.
Oh, geez, yeah, true.
You know?
I can avoid shit and come in my ears. That sounds amazing.
Right? Oh my god, we're really losing. It's not even like a little bit.
Jesus.
We're really losing.
Teagues, please.
This is not good.
Alright, yeah. And then that's the height that I need to get forward. Me higher and I don't really get more. If I remember correctly. If I just... Yeah, I don't get much higher than like eye level, so...
Nope. Not at all. Oh my god. It's not even close. It was like 30%.
Oh,
that
Lord.
was terrible.
Okay. Hold on. I'm gonna join. Give me a bit.
No, I got a scrub.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You do got a scrub.
I got scrub.
Right. Okay.
I gotta clear off these slots on this awful shirt. Double sub up, sub resistance up. Not what I need, thank you.
Wait, Brick.
I died 10 times. Yo, that was awful.
Yeah, Teagues, okay. You gotta bring that in. It says you were playing Anarchy an hour ago, so that's why you're here, Brick. Okay, drink ticket.
Please.
I guess I'll augment my locker for a second. Because there is a new book I want to put down here. This I can put away. Because I have a new... the Squid Ninja story. Oh, don't tell me you don't fit. Oh, you piece of shit. Are you kidding me?
Why did... Oh, because it's too big. Too thick.
Yeah, it's too... God damn it. I'm gonna move stuff. Oh, I moved a sticker that I didn't mean to.
I hate that.
I'm gonna grab a sticker. Something. That's fine. And then I'm gonna go back up to my books. Okay. This is the same one. Not that. It's this. It's the double. That's the one. Go to sports comic. Ah, there we go. And sci-fi comic. Popular novel. Fire. There we go. And novel. Ninja story. And to keep and for all. Oh wait, and this is chocolate syrup. Yeah, I think those are all my unique books. Okay, so in a second, I'm gonna rearrange height.
So glad we're all just like, time to rearrange locker. Needs to look good. Thank you.
Oh my god, no! 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 Ah, that's so dumb. Damn it, I put the sticker away.
My goodness.
Okay. Okay. Drip Squad. Wait, these are magazines. Magazines shouldn't be. They should be flat, right? So.
I don't know.
No. It's fine. I'll put the magazine.
Oh, Gray's locker is sick. God damn it. I hate it when people's lockers look better than mine.
Really?
I don't know how to make it better.
But you could like learn from them. Like look at their locker in front of you. Sports. That. Oh. Ah, this one's taller. Damn it. Wait, okay, so I can grab many, and then I can just move you. That's what I should have did before. I forgot that I could do that.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Squid Ninja Story into Cuban. He is also bigger, so I'm going to move. Grab you, put you here, and grab all. Oh, that's too far. He's 4. Grab you. You can grab many? Yeah, you can grab many. Isn't it sick, June? What a time to be alive. There we go. That's what I want.
I want to be able to fit more shit in my locker.
I'm gonna put a ginger. Wait, I'm gonna put the mango juice box back. I do actually like repping the mango juice. And then I'm gonna put a ginger ale on top of it. There we go.
For your Tommy Hardy.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yep, I'm leaving the locker as is for now. Oh, wait, no, actually, hold on. I should put some stickers back up because I did accidentally throw out some stickers. But you, and you.
Okay.
All right.
I have created a room.
I'm going.
I'm going to change my gun.
Multiplayer maps and modes have updated.
Yeah, they have. Gonna change my shoes, and I'm gonna change my gun to. Yeah, I'm just gonna do. No, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do aerospray.
Mako Mart, let's go.
Yeah, Mako Mart.
Okay, Aaliyah's not getting back to me, so I'm just going to order.
What are you gonna order her?
I'm not sure.
Jun's here! Hi, Jun!
Oh, June's joining us? Let's go.
Yeah!
Damn it. Let's see.
I got new boots! I'm excited for these new boots. I hope they roll well.
Let's fucking go.
I am begging for good rolls.
I'm getting
On
our
my
meatballs,
hands
so.
and knees.
shit. Give me a second. Okay. Food's been ordered.
I
Okay.
can't believe Rocky is canonically throwing right now.
I am not canonically throwing. Take it back. Plus, June's here.
Yeah, Jun's here to carry you.
Oh my god. High surprise boots were made for rolling. True enough. Okay, fine.
Eminem is being a little fuck, and I'm mad about it. He's just spinning in a circle on the side, and then absolutely creaming me. Terrible. Got him.
Up. Up. I wasted my ult. I'm so upset. It's okay. Forgiven. We gotta work on center.
I died, but also they died, so it's okay. Who got ouch?
Lost a sniper. Oh, there they are.
I got him.
Watch your left.
Dang it. How was their range further than mine? Seems illegal.
Okay. Got him. Sniper's nearby. You can't hit word shit. Get out of here, sniper. Canonically
They sure
throwing.
is just like spinning around in circles.
Got one. Damn it.
Oh, got him. Got. In the back. Fucking Eminem.
Eminem? That sniper?
Yeah.
Oh my god. Well, I think the sniper got me too. Actually, I think we just lost, actually.
Yeah, we did lose. We absolutely lost. We totally lost that. What the heck?
Well, hold on.
No, we lost.
Yeah, okay.
What happened?
That's whack. Fine, I guess I threw.
Did you throw? I don't think you threw.
Yeah. Oh, now you want to take it back. Okay, yeah, sure.
I think you just weren't paying attention at the beginning. I think we could have collectively turned it around, but something happened like in the middle.
Oh my god. No, it was the aerosprays. They just got to ink for free.
Yeah, they just super got to ink for free. And I got shot down. Their snipers were good.
I didn't even know they had two snipers. That's so silly.
I didn't know they had two snipers because I kept getting killed by Eminem. We'll get there. It's us and Oreo.
Oh my god. Okay, fine. Sure, I'll fight 4 blades. Why not?
Yeah, why the heck not? Are they all masters of the blade, though, or are some masters and some students?
I don't know. I'm not going to count on that. I'm going to pretend they're 4 masters. Ult number 1, live.
Ouch.
Got one.
I'm sorry, Jen. Jen went out
Got
to
two.
try and defend me and got.
I deserve that. Oh my god, the other team mastered the blade. No, they didn't. Come on. Just finish them off.
Yeah, we got this. Collectively, we have more ink coverage than they do.
Yep. We can clean that up later. It's fine.
Ah, dang. I got while I was ulting. The Japanese player definitely has mastered the blade.
Traded.
Whether anyone else has is up for debate, but the Japanese player absolutely has.
Alright.
Oh, jeez.
So like if they start tagging with like the normal slash, like they need 3 to kill you. So if you if they only get 2, like just run, honestly. And like they can't do well against cover. They can't change direction easily to attack or change it. So like, you know, just take advantage of those things.
Right. Which you would know because you are also studying the blade.
They're going to kill me where I stand, I think. No, they don't,
No,
because
you're
they're bad. Let's fucking go!
Let's go!
Watch out in front of us. Double kill! Double
Nice.
kill!
Nice!
Someone's in our base, though, so like we gotta clean that up.
That's alright, we're in their base.
Just gonna clean this up. Come on, give me the 1,000. Give it to me. No, I only get 980. They haven't mastered the blade. There was 2 of them and I killed them both. Eh.
Aha! Got him! Wow,
What?
blades were everywhere!
Yeah, they
Yep.
were.
I was the #1 turf inker, though. And for Splat!
Hell yeah.
We're ready. We're ready to squad up for Splatfest.
Went 9 and 4.
3 and 3
Let's go.
at 12:51.
Okay.
Okay, my boots are currently 1 swim speed, 1 run speed. If they could do more swim speed, that'd be great.
Do you have like the food up or like?
No, I'm doing cash up.
You're doing cash up, right?
Yeah, for the team cash up.
True. Oh, I love my kill combos. They're so good.
You're really getting it. It's very good. My problem right now with the GooTuber is the GooTuber has, I think, the right charge time for what I'm looking for.
Okay.
But the range is shorter than what I want.
Okay.
Which isn't bad, but not great, you know?
Yeah, I hear that. Let me see. Am I rejoining your room or no? I'll make the room. I got it.
Okay. My favorite thing to do is after like a particularly good game, I'll like look at the person who I was like, damn, they really carried. And I find them on the Switch thing, and I'm like, accept my friend request, please. You were very good. please continue to splat with me.
Yeah, I hear that.
Damn, too far. Because it'll show you people's in-game name, and it'll also show you what their, like, Nintendo ID name is.
True.
So you can find people easier.
Wish I could remember. Is it 10 so what? Maybe they're good. I just have no idea. I like legitimately can't remember. Unyielding Inkling. Let's go, June.
Oh my god.
Okay. RG and a 4K.
The Splatana Wiper is pretty popular. I might pick up the Splatana Wiper as the blade that I'm going to try to master, because it seems like it's fast, which is what I prefer in a weapon.
True.
Oh my god, the big gulp.
It's just a swig, Teeks.
Big swig, it's a big gulp.
Splatana Wiper's coming up around. Jesus. Okay.
Oh, Jesus. Splatana Wiper's up here.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I am.
I thought it was going to be, like, moving, but no, you just hid there.
Yeah, because they're in our base. There's Mandime. Your little samurai. I'm your little samurai. Green, black, and blue. Paint me colors in the sky. Oh my god. Corner, just.
Oh my god. 2 people back here.
No, I see them. I can't. I couldn't reach them.
Couldn't even, yeah, right?
There they are. Got one. Learn to groove. You learn to groove.
Graded.
Word.
But I got the wiper out here.
Yeah. You guys in the sniper?
Sniper was also down there.
Oh.
I don't know where they are now, but that's where they were.
I found them, but they killed me. Oh, okay. Techno got him. Oh, good chop. And he was still under the ink, so I couldn't get him with the big slash. That's so annoying.
Stamper.
Yep. Oh. Well. Damn, yeah. They sniped me right as I landed. I'm just gonna play cleanup back here. Fuck it.
I have no idea how the map is looking.
It's close.
Yeah.
Ah! See? Close. Never mind, get
so it's
fucked!
okay.
They fucking lost!
Oh my god.
Technoblade was sick though.
Ooh, Pirate Stripe tea.
How did we
Need
win
that?
that?
Actually.
With determination and courage, June.
Yeah.
Also, Technoblade went nuts.
True. How
Okay.
nuts did they go though?
1223.
Very nuts.
And
Wow,
4 Booyah
yeah.
Bombs.
Jesus Christ.
Okay, I'm
Way better than I did.
am buying run speed.
Oh, I think I own the room now.
Yeah, I'm joining. Tony
No,
Tony
you're
Choppa.
not.
I am. I'm joining.
It says I'm joinable, but also you're not in this room right now.
Oh, yeah, because you guys continued, and that's cool.
Yeah.
I don't mind that. You gotta play one without me. It happens.
I wish it let you like watch, like gave you the option to watch the game.
Like spectate, that could be cool.
Yeah, while you were waiting.
I want more of these. It's okay.
Damn. I got by the marker.
Oof.
Rip. I hate the marker gun. It fires too slow for me to enjoy it. And it kills me every time because it shoots in a straight line. Got him.
Is this like a sound cue, actually?
It's what a sound cue.
So, like, when, like, the sword is fully charged.
Oh, I think so. Doesn't it, like, change sound slightly?
Yeah, like, it gets higher. I'm trying to see how quickly I can get it. Oh my god. It's not that fast, but it's that fast. Okay.
It went back around the loop. Heck.
Oh, wait. I'm gonna just hide this for the time being so they can see the timer.
It's gonna be close.
Really? There we go.
Good job, Jen. Damn. Oh, we got this. Oh my god. This is not even funny.
Hiya.
This is our map, and we allowed them to be on it.
Oh my god.
Yeah, 39%, and only because they were able to recover a little bit at the end.
Oh, if I change any direction, I get the squid jump. That makes more sense. It doesn't just have to be opposite.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be opposite, it's any of them. Alrighty.
Yeah.
Keep going. I didn't get to go super nuts, but I went a little nuts.
Let's go, Tegs. Shun it. Loss ratio.
Why? Dare the win-loss ratio be bad?
Nah, it's okay. Chop, chop, chop.
Got him. Nice. That was a good hit.
Battle time.
We're doing a Kira slide and what was it?
3016.
Field?
Oh fuck, that's wild. Wait.
Oh wow.
Akira slide what?
A Kira slide and then shield right after.
Oh yeah, that was a good time.
That was good.
Oh god, 3 blasters.
We're fucked.
No. They just can't have mid-range. You have to challenge their range. And then don't let them sit someplace for free. But be prepared for them to pop out of someplace. So watch your angles.
They also got their rolly bombs.
Okay, that's fine. You like that? King Booster? Rip the dude. Jesus, rip me too. I'm gonna ink our base for a bit. Because I don't want to fight them until they don't have infinite range. As long as I'm not, like, in their space, we're okay.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, my God, no! I got squished by 2 stamps.
Oh, that was a waste. That's fair. I deserve that.
You don't?
Good stuff, Sploosh-o-matic. Okay.
Oh no! I got.
Word.
These blasters.
They're gonna pop out of nowhere. That's what they do. So, you know.
These super are.
Oh, Jesus. There were two of them. I wasn't able to escape. That's annoying.
I'm cleaning up this trail. Oh no! Who got?
Me.
Dang.
I swear there's always like...
The range on the blaster is nuts.
It's pretty good.
Considering what it does, you know? Like how far that pop travels.
Yeah. It's because they're good at fighting, but like they're ink intensive. So like they can't do long extended fights.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus. They were just at my feet.
Oh my god. They wiped us out.
Yeah, so we just gotta recover center though, because again, they're not great at like inking.
Mm-hmm. Working on it.
Yep, that's fair.
Nope. Nope.
They are good at popping. That's what they're doing.
They're very good at popping. I don't like it.
GG's. Hey, Mug Lecter. I think we L. Yeah, indeed. I didn't do well that time. But I'm also getting hungry. Food's almost here, though.
Yeah, no hunger. Only Splatoon. That one guy had 16 fucking kills.
Yeah, it's a blaster.
Ugh. Ugh.
Like, the only way to really deal with blasters is to deny them fights.
Mm-hmm.
Because they pop out of stuff because they need to be in the ink to replenish, and like they can only do like 2 or 3 shots at a time. But like if they don't kill you in those 2 or 3 shots, then like they can't do anything. They're worthless. Oh shit, Joe Biden?
What?
Let's go, Joe Beasy.
No. Let's. Are we allowed to kill the president?
Oh god. Well, we can't threaten to kill the president. That's a crime. But maybe killing him's okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I guess his Secret Service isn't around, so at that point, like, it's kind of his fault.
That would be really funny if there was like someone was like the sitting president, whatever their name is, and then just Secret Service. And Secret Service is apeshit.
You know what? Maybe that should be a thing we do.
It could be fun.
No, I didn't. I got caught on an edge, and Joe Biden killed me.
Ugh.
Damn it.
Yeah, we got wiped out. June, I
Oh,
tried to
we
avenge you and I
almost got.
died. I'm going off the right.
Alright.
Damn it. I didn't get my 3rd shot. At least they died. Oh, it was Joe Biden. Bring your Secret Service next time, dumbass.
I see what he's doing. Somebody's in our base, just so you know.
I'm in theirs. And I'm gonna die for it. Oh, I'm not! Oh, let's go! Damn, I didn't get the third one. But they died for it. That's okay.
I killed Joe Biden.
Let's go.
They killed me, but I killed them.
I killed Joe Biden!
Consider it was mutual destruction. There's a dualies up here. Link Master.
Oh, they haven't killed him yet? Okay, hold on.
No. They killed me. Okay, Jin got him.
Thanks, Jin.
We are in trouble.
Yeah, we're not at a great spot right now. Jesus. Yeah, they had... Yeah, that's fair. Okay.
Ow, I got got. I got got by Link Master.
I got cornered. Well, I cornered myself. J2 got me. Let's see if I can get some of middle. Got J2.
I got Bua.
I think we might have taken middle back.
I don't know.
Oh,
Hard to
never mind.
determine.
Yeah, GG's. Never mind.
Nope.
I thought we had our brace back.
Mm-mm. The struggle, it is real.
I'm still fighting with it.
My gear is mostly fresh, but like not an excuse. Jin went hard, damn.
Yeah,
Almost
so-
1300.
Sorry for letting you down, June.
Sorry, John. You are simply a better player than us.
All right. Oh, I gotta put that back.
Let's see.
Orange run back.
Watch out for the zinc weapon.
Word. Jesus.
Oh, Jesus Christ! That was horrifying.
I neglected to consider that I might have been being hunted, and so like I died.
Ah! Oh my god.
Ah! Why are there two of them? They threw the hammer.
Splat is running 3 super jump mains
Okay.
to cut down his super jump time.
Interesting. Got it. Good stuff, Teeks.
Mm-hmm. Happy to help Chase.
Got power splat, but I died for it. Going right.
I'm going around.
Bring it around town.
Shit! I got. They are not letting us out of base at all.
Oh shit, really?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we are struggling. They just keep showing up in base. got arrow sprayed.
Jesus Christ. Okay, so
Right?
Zinc is kind of nuts.
Zinc is wild. I got the Zinc. Heck. Nope. We lost this hard.
Yep.
I don't know what
Hey,
our
Hardian.
Julius was doing, like, at all.
I blink and suddenly all the cuties are streaming. Yeah, that's how it goes.
That is absolutely how it goes. Woof.
Yeah, that one's kind of...
That was real rough.
June, I don't know what our fourth was doing. I can't tell you. I don't know if I saw them all game.
I did not see them all game. Let me see.
They were
Show
dualies,
me
but
their
just standing
stats.
around. Standing around dualies is illegal.
Standing around
Outrageous.
dualies got killed 6 times, only inked 532.
Yeah, I don't know. They were bumming it.
That was bad.
It happens. Maybe they just got the game. Who knows?
Maybe. Maybe they don't know what dualies do.
Yeah, I can believe that.
Dualies are schmoovin'. They're for schmoovin'.
It's a sniper user that just picked up dualies. Damn, Dr. Fart? Alright. Sure, dude. Okay, hyper close range.
Depending on what the arrow sprays are running, we might have movers.
No, dead. No shakers though, right?
No shakers, but the Flingza is nuts. That thing's got some wild range.
True enough. They're gonna kill me where I stood, so like, you know, I'm just gonna ink as much as I can.
Right.
Yep, there we go. At least they died for it. Oh wait, no, Dr. Fart died for it. Come on, Dr. Fart.
I just rolled over somebody.
Oh, hell yeah.
I love it when that happens.
Okay, I see that guy. Got the roller.
I hear someone arrow spraying. Whoop.
Get out, Teeks.
I did. Barely, but I did it.
I was believed.
That's why you need swim speed up.
Oh, hold on. Got it.
Good job.
Need help on the right?
Yeah, I'm working on it.
Behind you. Oh my god, I hit him with 3. He didn't die. Maybe you get armor on like the Akira slide.
You don't. You just gotta hit over the nose of the dolphin.
Oh, really? Okay, noted.
Yeah.
I wasn't doing that.
If you can get it over the dolphin nose, you're good.
I should have done it with the charge slash then. I would have killed.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, they killed me. That's okay. I wasted their time. I'm covering left.
Someone just super jumped into the back. They're on our base.
Yep.
You got him?
I'm neutralizing their influence. They're not dead yet.
Okay. Aha! I dodged the stamper
Let's go, Teeks.
with a Kira slide. Just a Kira slide right around him.
Yeah, GG's. Get out of here. Tegan.
Oh,
Are you
yeah,
kidding me?
I didn't believe.
Oh, look at the screen, Teeks.
No, I got nervous.
Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick break because I'm gonna go downstairs and grab food, but I will be right back.
Okay.
Okay. I'm back, but oh, I got a Zipcaster badge
Nice.
in the game.
Don't forget to eat your food.
Right now, I got a sandwich, and
You have to fuel your body.
it's true.
I should consider fueling my body.
Mm-hmm. It was good. Yeah, I recommend it. Wish I had chips. Oh yeah, Carver was telling us about these like Thai skewer flavored chips.
Thai skewer.
Mm-hmm.
What does that mean?
So like, you know, like a beef skewer or whatever, like a kebab,
Oh, okay.
and like, you know, they're like flavored with Thai spices.
Mm-hmm. Ah, okay.
Mm.
We're almost done. Like 30 seconds left.
Word. I'm only gonna eat half the sandwich, but
Why only half a sandwich?
because the game's about to start.
But your sustenance.
I just needed something, like something for my stomach to burn. I was feeling it.
Oh, okay.
I don't need to get full right now. I'm not like exhausted.
Gotcha.
In fact,
I need to replenish my desk snacks.
Mm.
I'm definitely out of desk snacks. We did not win.
But you can't win them
I
all.
had chips. Yeah, I also would wish I had chips. We're getting into the last hour of Splatoon Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
Do we want to do one more like regular match and then do salmon run?
That's cool. That works for me.
Okay. Salmon run! Yeah.
Mm.
It's back!
Word.
Oh.
Ordy and I also need to get groceries today, but like, they're more like replenishing supplies as opposed to like out of stuff. Like, we're still good on protein. And like, I'm still in a situation where I don't have to pay people to make tacos, which is beautiful. I love that a lot. But I could buy a bit more protein, and you need to buy like oat milk and like cat litter and stuff.
The important things.
Hmm.
I get my cat litter from Chewy because it's easier.
I hear that. Want this spot. I know. Oh my god. Ah, they got their full combo too. That's so ugly. Okay. I should only buy meat and get back into my diet. I hear that. I like treating myself though. Like, I get like a little charcuterie thing going on.
Oh, damn. A charcuterie?
Yep. Got Squid Nick. Took all of us, but
Good job.
yeah, I've been buying like, you know, a little dried meat, a little cheese, little crackers. That.
Some fresh fruit. Charcuterie boards are actually very well balanced. Also, someone pointed out that charcuterie boards are just a fancy way of presenting adult Lunchables.
Correct.
I'm like, ah, damn it.
Or like, I think to be more honest, like, Lunchables are just like charcuterie for kids. The charcuterie's like old. It's like 1500s old. Lunchables
Yeah,
happened in the 90s.
fancy. Not doing well. Oh, I know why I'm not doing well.
Listening.
I need more sugar.
Well, yeah, that's.
Oh my god, I haven't had a single sweet yet today. No wonder I'm fucking suffering.
Yeah, Teague, you only had water.
Yeah, I've had water, and I've had a sugar-free energy drink.
Oh, jeez.
How else does one get through therapy at, you know, literally wake up o'clock?
Wake up a clock, huh?
Yeah, I wake up, I go to therapy. Usually I have like tea or something in therapy, but this morning I just did energy drink because I was tired. We had a lot to cover.
I hear that.
I had to talk about the financial situation in the United States vis-a-vis the debt ceiling. It was not fun. I mean,
Well,
you know.
I mean, sometimes you gotta talk. Wait, no, I want this. Sorry, Teagues, I'm not gonna. Oh, they're pushing
You're
into our
good.
base. Ah, it's okay.
I'm
If we
pushing
claim
into their
center-
base.
Yeah. Jesus, they actually rotated the whole way. Come on, someone push Squid Nick. I think we still lose.
I need some sugar. Jesus.
Oh, never mind. I'm sorry. Yeah, the debt ceiling?
the
Tegan,
debt
are you
ceiling?
okay?
No. What do you mean, am I okay?
That's pretty funny.
I work at a financial institution. We talk about this shit all the time. Also, we just raised the interest rates again. Ayo.
Yeah, true.
Okay, we're switching to salmon run right now, so stop out.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't forget though. Oh, okay. This roll is a lot better. Yeah, no, we had to talk about the debt ceiling because my I work at a bank. And the United States as a country has hit our debt ceiling, which is the maximum amount of debt we're allowed to owe other countries,
Right.
and also ourselves. And so we have to vote to raise the debt ceiling, and it should just be a clean debt ceiling bill, but it won't.
No, never. Because it has to go through, so it's a free way to sneak shit in.
Right, exactly. And so McCarthy's absolutely gonna, as part of like the concessions that they made in order to become Speaker of the House, there's absolutely some stuff that they said that we're gonna put on the debt ceiling bill. However, there's no way the Dems are gonna go for it, and the Democrats control the Senate, so like they really won't want to approve anything other than a clean debt ceiling bill. Because that's the only thing it should be focused on, and we're like potentially as soon as June are going to be in a lot of trouble over it, if they're not going to be able to do anything. And so like the place I work is preparing for a future right now where they haven't reached an agreement by June, and the debt ceiling isn't raised, and therefore the U.S. starts to default on its loans, which will 100% bomb our economy. So, not to mention, like, we're already getting like into a cost of living crisis and stuff because inflation is completely out of control because of corporate greed. So, you know, I'll get things. June, are you coming to Salmon Run? Yeah, it's fun. It's a good time. There's a lot of very, very nice financial analyst people. June's in a Salmon Run. Oh no, it did not join us. Rip. Yeah, there's a lot of very good financial analyst TikTokers who are doing like easy breakdowns of what's going on and why it's important and what will happen, like what theoretically could happen. But yeah. It's okay, you lost. Amazing.
Sandwich complete.
Enjoy your sandwich.
I did. It's gone now. Professional plus two. Is this low tide?
It's nighttime, not low tide.
Okay.
Mothership.
Mothership! Okay, Teeks, we gotta do the strat. You remember the strat?
No.
Okay, kill things, don't put eggs in the basket. Throw them near the basket. We're gonna do that the whole time until the end of the round. And like the last 30 seconds, we're just gonna cash in all of them at once.
Remember this strat. Ow, I died.
So, the idea is that when the mothership comes down, instead of like feeding it stuff so that it can take out, like what we do is that we actually shoot at the top of the mothership, because that's where all the eggs come from anyways. And it's there for a longer period of time because it's not pulling anything.
Oh. Are we gonna be able to...
We gotta do it now. Like the other people, they're not on board. They don't know what's going on. It's okay.
Yeah.
It's annoying.
We almost didn't make it. Because the other people don't know the strat.
Yeah. But, you know, if we did have people that knew the strat, we would have gotten, like, 60, but whatever. It's fine.
No. Okay, this is low tide.
Yeah, I'm gone. In this case, it would have been... That doesn't matter. No.
Thank you for getting that.
Here to help. Damn it.
It's okay, I got you. Damn it. There's missiles and there's a big shot.
Yep. And a dolphin turn. Ugh. Whatever, we got
Yeah, now it's just a game of live.
4 seconds. Remember to stop out for the next turn so we run so I can join. Yeah, so I won't be silly. Word.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay, tornado. Oh, I should be at the very front. I should be at the very front. I should be at the very front.
Yeah, I got second range. You're good. Go for it, Cheeks. Wait, no, Teeks, you're Nautilus. Be at the second stage. Like, Dooley should be...
Second stage, you sure?
Yeah, Dooley should be second. Should be at the front.
Okay. Who's third stage, then?
It should be Tater, but it's not. I'm gonna get these out, and then we're gonna go for the next big drop. That there.
Yep. Coming. All right, I'm on your second stage.
Thank you. Anyone relaying these?
I'm reeling best I can, but they're not grabbing them on the right side of this overflow.
I don't know.
They're going all the way around.
Well,
That's what they were doing.
the garage is colder than my fridge. Oh shit! Hate to hear it, June. We did get it. Yeah, we were gonna get out of it, but like these were like baby ones, and like we should have gotten like 40 on each of them. But whatever, it's fine.
It's fine. No. All right, now we gotta stop out so Jin can join us.
Right. I don't want to play with these people.
Ooh, oh, it's this month's item.
Right.
Are those weird goggles I saw?
Mhm.
All right, I stopped out. No, you did.
Okay. June, join us. Okay, cool.
for my food snacks. What? I have dinner after this. Well, you know what I mean. Lunch. I gotta text Alex and let him know our generic food box has arrived.
Word. Launch. Oh, I'm sorry. I was having so much fun just kind of shooting stuff that I forgot to put us in queue.
Yeah, you forgot it was you. You forgot it was you.
Yeah, that's true. Can I shoot through both? No, I've done this before. Didn't hit.
You fool.
It's
You
me.
absolute
I'm the
fool.
fool. Okay, blue outfit. I'm interested.
Here's hoping. Okay, I got the Nautilus.
Got rapid blast. Got a lot of shots. Or not rapid, this is range blaster.
Not at the beach.
Right side, left side fish stick. I should be able to kill it when it lands. Love the range blaster, let's fucking go. Hey, what are you doing here?
Who is...
Oh fuck, there's an Italian.
I hear it.
I have eggs this way, but I don't have enough bodies to move them. There's also missiles.
Where are you?
Here.
Oh. Missiles. I'm on missiles.
Thank you. Oh, we hit quota, so let's just run up the square, yeah? Gotta show out for June, you know?
Yeah.
B20 looks like. Is that a Jaws? No, those are... Yep, easy 20.
My eggs!
I hear that.
They took They stole them from me.
I have Wave Breaker, so if things get close, like we can like sweep a small area, try to create a path. Yeah.
I have Killer Whale.
Word.
Beach left side.
Going.
I said left, I definitely meant right, and you knew what I meant, so.
I saw the arrow, I believed. Missiles?
Missiles.
Got the right one.
Mine rolled out.
Watch your back, Teeks. Okay, you're good, you're good. We are not letting this man take our eggs. Fuck that.
Nope.
There's an Italian here. All my homies. 8 Italians, at least in Splatoon.
There's a fish stick on the left side.
Sniper's down.
There are missiles somewhere. Missiles want my ass.
Damn it. Chump's gonna sweep on the right side, but, like, I died for it. Steelio. Seriously, I have, like, 9 eggs over here. I need help.
I'm coming. I'm being targeted by missiles.
Yeah, we're losing. Our eggs are being carried off.
working on it. I'm working on it. Where are you, Rocky? Ah, there you are. I see you. I see you. I see you. I see you. I need you to get a little closer.
Sorry. Whatever, we hit quote. God, there was just like 8. There were 12 eggs on this side that they just took away.
Mm-hmm.
Range blaster?
Ladder
shot. Okay.
Julie's. Nighttime?
Okay. Blowflies. Fuck. Where? Right here. Got it.
It's me.
Me? My nose.
We haven't gotten any... Ooh, hello! Oh, Jesus. We got 2 eggs in a basket. That's no good.
Well, they're all up here.
Oh, no, I got... Jenna's doing so well. Holy shit. Oh, it's me. Oh, it's me. Oh, it's me. Oh, it's me. Woo!
Gotta put one more away. That's
Ah,
Coda.
They got me. The chums got me.
Gotcha, Teeks.
I got our cohort.
From downtown!
Oh, yeah. Good job. Not nearly as good as Jun Solo, but you know.
And what are you gonna do? Can't all be June.
We barely did wave 2.
Alright, good numbers all the way around.
Yeah, good numbers. I'm still only an overachiever, but that's okay. Again.
Time to go to
Can
work.
we do a Koizuna?
I'm down.
Yeah, you think so?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Especially we get this blue guy. You can try. Yeah, right.
Okay, I got the blaster.
That's fine.
It's nighttime.
Shit, mothership.
Nope.
Damn it.
Blowflies.
Run back.
Me. It's me.
Alright. Oh my god.
Ah, I got died. I got died?
Got died. It happens. Damn it. Thank you.
I fell off and then I got squished. Sorry.
Damn, June, I was hoping I'd get you in that.
Nope. I died immediately because I didn't realize I had blowflies.
We're out of position. I don't think we get this one. We're gonna try. think Zag's in. He made it. Sorry for making you burn both your ults. That sucks.
Yeah, it does suck. I have. What is my ult? Oh, I have the wave breaker. I could have done it. Damn it. I didn't realize.
It happens. Shake it off.
Boss. Missiles.
See him. I missed left. I mean, right. I missed both. It doesn't matter. It's dead. Good shit, you. Covered.
I hear a UFO.
UFOs can hang.
It's a dolphin and a fish stick.
Steel eel on the right side. I'm going for it. 2 steel eels, actually. Fuck. Oh, I got stuck in ink.
Steel eels on my ass. Got one.
Gotta deal with this dolphin.
Yeah.
There we go. That's quota.
There's a sniper somewhere, I think. Oh. Mine. My egg, my egg, my egg, my egg, my egg, my egg!
A UFO.
Keep getting stuck in ink. Robert got the sniper, so smart. Alright, dualies.
Our 4th got the sniper? Hell yeah.
Dually time.
Stinger, down here. Battalion in front. Battalion stunned.
Stinger's out.
Battalion down. Wait for the new stinger.
New stinger wants my ass. Simply tell it no, thanks. Missiles on the right.
I see it. Elio coming up too.
I got left. Oh, big, 2 steel heads on the left. Anima! Oh shit, oh god.
Care. Not yours. Good shit, June. Can someone get the stinger?
I got it. I got it, but I'm stuck at the beach. I can't get out of here.
We need to get these in.
Nope.
Damn it.
No, I tried.
Yeah, that was close. Hopefully they stick with us.
Maybe?
Wanna believe?
Yeah! They thought, okay.
Okay, I have weight breaker.
High tide.
Noted.
I have killer whale.
Fuck off. Oh, fuck. Kill it. Steelhead and a fish stick. I got the steelhead.
I got the fish stick.
Fuck. Actually, one time.
This steelhead wants me.
He's dead.
Sniper and an Italian.
Italian's down.
Italian stunned. Working on sniper. Hi, Jen.
Ah!
Good job, Jen.
Okay, 25-15. Good first round.
Wah.
I had high tide Akira slide. Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. Low tide.
Low tide going.
I have Nautilus.
Full charge kills steelhead. I'm dead.
Great. I gotta get close enough, though.
Yep. Running in, I don't care.
Got it. I did not get an egg, though.
I'm getting the stingers.
There's two of them.
Yep. 1. 2.
There's a Moz that wants my ass.
Noted.
I got him, though. I got him near the basket, so we're set. There are missiles.
Damn it. I didn't get the ink cloud in time. But we're doing really well. Let's go.
I got the dolphin. Ooh, we got 2 fish sticks.
I got the fish stick in the center. Oh, no, I don't. You already get it.
No, I don't. Oh my god, missiles, please.
I deserve that. That's okay. We're fine. I don't have ults for the last round. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I have 2 ults, because I keep forgetting about them. Ayo.
I got dualies, though.
Ooh, I got the Splattershot Nova?
It's rocks.
Tornado. It's rocks. Alright, where should... I don't know where to be.
I'm starting deep, and then... Let's go, June.
Hell yeah. Alright, I'll be... 3rd relay? 2nd relay?
Okay. I have the least range, so I'm gonna stay close.
Oh, fuck, I missed. Where are y'all throwing them? I'm trying to figure it out.
Blue hasn't gotten
Where
to
are
throw them
they?
yet. I'm helping June.
Good toss, good toss. Keep going, keep throwing them over the wall if you can.
I got second relay. I'll throw him over.
That was a terrible aim, my bad.
I'm gonna start taking him in solo.
Yeah, probably best, because this dude can't throw.
I get this last one. 3, 2, 1. Ah!
Yeah.
Got the last one. Okay. Oh, here we go.
Oh no!
Go hole. Let's go.
Let's go! Alright, we got it. Low tide, we got lots of room.
I got rapid blaster.
Where is he? Where is he? I have dualies.
Where? Maz? Elio? Maz down. I'm going for
Sniper
Stinger.
at the beach. Yeah. I'm going for Italian.
Oh, thank God.
Got the Italian.
See the Steelhead. Can we get close enough to Steelhead? There we go.
We're very close on the steelhead already.
Oh, Jesus.
Steelhead gone.
Me and Joan are down.
Got you.
Throwing wave blaster.
Got Jen. Oh, I got squished.
I gotta move.
No, no. Ah! I got again immediately. Damn. Kozuna just rolled on me. I have an egg. Jen and I are both down.
Ah, I'm dead. Yeah, that's it. Sorry.
Damn.
Uh,
Damn! We were close.
I got 2 silvers out of it. Fuck it. Halfway. We got through, like, got it down to like 40%. Yeah, I'm down. Let's go. Numbers. I got a raise.
Guys, I'm a professional part-timer.
Got like nearly 300 points.
Again.
Put like 1100 on this. Nautilus is nuts on this, actually. Nautilus has a crazy wave clear. Oh my God.
Mm-hmm. I tried! I did good, comparatively.
You did good, Teagues.
I have the killer whale again.
I have Ink Strike.
Big shot.
It's dead.
I got killed. At the big shot.
Yeah, I see you. Missiles behind us. And there's a Maz. God, of course, I swim right over the Maz. Sure, let's do it. Thank you, June.
Steelio wants my ass. Steelio
Missile's
wants
done.
my ass.
Kilo's down. But I need some personal space if that's cool with everybody involved. God damn it. There we go. There's 2 Mazes, that's why. Is
I'm doing
anyone?
cleanup. I am. Hey, if y'all could get that big shot, that would help me a lot.
Big shot's dead. Unless there's another big shot. I'm heading back up. Yep, I knew it. They were taking all our eggs. God damn it.
No, I got it. I put all the eggs in the basket. We're good.
Okay.
They didn't get them.
That was kind of a mess, but we did it. We got out of it.
We did it!
GG
Okay,
Teagues.
the Nautilus and a Tide.
Okay,
I'm going up
Teagues-
here.
Yeah, just sit up there and just like kill the waves as they come out of the water. That's how I got like 1100 last time.
I will do my best.
I got the fish stick. Oh,
Fish stick obtained.
Let's fucking go. Oh,
Eel, eel.
dolphin's gonna kill me! Okay, made it. Could use some help with the dolphin. There we go. Beautiful work. Excellent work, everyone involved.
There's missiles at the beach.
Jesus. Okay.
They are after me. Specifically. Got the steelhead.
No, not yours.
Alien got John. I see you.
Helios going down. Oh fuck.
Oh no! I got mod.
I don't get out of that. I get out of that. Ah, that's quota. Not yours.
Steelhead.
Not yours. Ah, not the small fry. It's a fucking small fry.
Good job, good job. All things considered, that did not go terribly.
True
For
enough.
a regular gun, low tide.
Standard low tide. Moz coming.
I missed.
In cloud.
Got him.
Oh yeah. Sniper and steelhead underneath. Good kill. Love that.
Thank you.
Fish stick incoming.
I got fish stick.
Okay.
Someone else killed it, but I got it.
Alright, guys. Missile somewhere? There's another fish stick. I got the second fish stick in front of you, Teagues. The big shot at the beach. And a dolphin coming into base. But we have quota, so hang out.
There's also a Moz down here.
Oh my god. That booyah bomb was so sick.
Gun is down.
Bird.
I am down.
6 seconds.
Everyone is down.
Come on, 6 seconds. We win. Thank you, June.
And you had crab the whole time. You got my crab boy.
Ah, our fourth was competent. Yay! True, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I had freaking crab.
Love me a good crab.
Numbers! Okay.
Nice. Do it again.
Let's go. Go. Oh my god. Those are dually. That's dually damage. Let's go.
Oh my goodness.
Again.
Again! With the same dude!
Let's go. They're feeling
Let's
it.
go. They like us. They really like us.
Link.
Alright, what are we looking at? Sniper!
Going. Done. Mine. Italian
I
and
don't have an egg. Italian and
the cloud guy.
Weatherman.
Yeah.
Fish stick.
I gotta get out of here.
Inbound.
Fish stick's done. Going for the sniper on the other beach.
Sniper and fish stick and Italian are all down.
Hell yeah.
Playing relay. All right, eggs in the basket. Another weather boy.
Not yours. There's another sniper on the left beach.
Get fucked. Hello. Please stop. Hello.
Done.
Hello. Do not eat me.
Steelhead, left beach.
Get fucked. These are not your eggs. Steelhead, right beach.
Small fry. God damn it. Okay, it's okay. We have quota. We just need to get out of this alive. Thanks, June. There's our fourth. Yeah. Do that in base. Try it again, dumbass. There we go. Blew them both up.
Get fucked.
Okay, now I have dualies. Okay.
Nighttime.
Mudmouth.
Mudmouths. Alright, where's the next mudmouth? Oh, right here.
Oh, fuck. That was dumb.
I can't, shoot a bomb to save my fucking life.
Get out, Tegan. I believe in you. Fuck it, I'm using one.
My egg. My egg. My egg.
It's quota.
You know what? We made quota.
Mm-hmm.
It's okay. Oh. That was a lot.
It was kind of a lot. Splatter shot. Okay.
All right, I got the Nautilus. It's nighttime again.
Hey, Ted.
Ah! Chloe!
Where'd it go? Fuck. Not yours.
Remember, the higher the thing, the closer to glowy it is.
Bird.
Glowy, Goldie.
I think it's glowy to me. Oh, I just went past it. No. Found it.
Nice!
Easy peasy. Okay.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Mm-hmm.
We did it! Do it again.
I can see how much you love the sea. Easy game.
Oh my god. I do not love the sea. I did not go swimming once.
I was so worried it was glowflies. Glowflies would have been a nightmare.
Glowflies could have been real bad. This group of weapons seems to be pretty okay.
Mm-hmm. Almost professional +3. All right, let's get you there.
Jeez.
Oh yeah, at least that much.
We just gotta win 2 more, and then we could probably do another Kozuna. Maybe we'll win this time.
Could be sick.
They're back!
Hey.
Ayo. I got the regular gun.
Okay.
Helio and Alien at the beach.
I'm watching this Telio. Steelhead at.
Weather boy. I got him. Got him with his own shit.
Let's go.
Get fucked, Weatherman. Oh no, I got.
Italian.
Slightly too early. Many appreciations.
Here to help. I'm going for the steelhead.
Fish stick. I'm going for the fish stick. Oh, there's a steelhead also over here. Fuck.
I see it. Getting the perch. Do it, steelhead. Come on. Come on, coward. There it is. Going to help June.
I see at least one weather boy.
June, please. There we go. I was like, June, no, why?
God, no! Illegal!
Okay, okay. Easy first round. Didn't even notice.
Nighttime.
Medium tide. Oh, Goldie.
Goldie. Got her.
Going. What is that, 6? Jesus.
He's down on the beach somewhere.
Center Beach.
Up, Jen, I see you, I see you, I see you, I see you, I see you. I'm coming, I'm coming, I'm coming, I'm coming. Got her! Lost her.
I also lost her.
She went up the top, that's why.
Just 2 more. Just get the photo, thank you.
We did it! Yay!
Okay. Round 3. I haven't used an ult yet. This is great. I love this. I have Booyah Bomb, by the way.
I have the jump rope, which is gonna be great for this one, whatever this is.
True. I'm getting up high.
Oh yeah, good call.
Easy! See Leo coming out of the water. Coming up the stairs.
I got mod.
I see that.
I got so bad.
Gotta clear up that space real quick.
Should help clear you out.
Let's go.
Celio on the left. Weather boy up top.
Not yours.
Celio after my ass. Hello. Nope. Nope. Nope.
Great ink strike.
Yeah, great ink strike. Holy shit. There's a sniper.
See him.
I have attempted to help.
Sniper
Did
down.
it work?
We're over quota. Stay alive. Dolphin.
I'm out of ults.
I have 1. I'm saving it for a dire situation. Ah, fuck it. Let's go. How about that? Hmm?
Nice.
Woo! Oh, look at this jackass. Oh, I didn't get to kill him in time. That's okay. Over quota, just progressing right along. Excellent work.
Yeah, good job, good job, good job.
Ink strike! Yeah.
Alrighty.
I got the best ink strike of my life. That was so epic.
Right?
Let's go.
Oh my god. I did really good with those jump ropes, if I do say so myself.
Let's go, Teeks.
I'm a professional +1.
Oh, hell yeah.
Again.
Professional +3! He got so excited. He had the shift.
Yeah.
Plus a number. Yeah, right.
We're doing so well. And they're back, baby!
Let's go. Nautilus. I'm going up top.
I got double dooley.
Let's go.
It's dark out. Care. Willflies.
Goldie.
Goldie. Not at the beach.
Left side. High left.
There she is.
Where? Oh, cool.
Right by the basket. Not by the basket, but close by. That one. Nope, not that one.
High up top, maybe?
Probably.
Going.
Rocky, you got an egg!
Yeah, I know. No. Not left side. Dead center? No.
It's gonna be beach. It's gonna be right beach.
Okay.
Got her. Too late though.
Maybe so. 26 of 18 is not bad though.
Nice. Good job.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Right.
Alright, I have Nautilus. High tide. I'm going up.
Okay. Steelhead!
Got him.
Hell yeah.
Weather boy.
Yeah.
Good job. Missiles behind it.
Got left. There's another missile. Do you see this? Got
I
right.
don't. Oh, I see. Nope, I missed. I overshot. Sorry, I tried.
Okay, we'll get the next one. There's like 6
There's-
eggs.
Yeah, there's 6 eggs at the beach.
Not yours.
I am being targeted unfairly by missiles that are behind my ass.
So let's go, let's go. Steel eel. Steel head.
Ah!
See you, June.
Okay, I gotta
Gotcha,
get this
June.
missile that's behind me.
Dodging Mars mostly.
Okay, I got the missiles that were on right down.
Ah! We're
Right,
losing
but
a lot of
it's good.
eggs.
I got.
We gotta kill the things that are still here.
I'm sorry, I got. I'm coming down.
Got the Moz. Got one Moz? There are 2 Moz. One's dead though. Gotcha, Tony. 2 more eggs, please.
I'm looking.
Got it. Okay.
Oh my god. Nightmare.
I used
that
both-
was spooky.
I used both of my waves. I don't have those, so I hope this isn't high tide.
No, it's mid tide.
Thank God. All right, here we go. 21. We gotta do it.
We can do it.
Italian left
Italian,
breach.
double Italian,
Double Italian and
and a dolphin.
Dolphins down. Both Italians are stunned. Please, someone get behind them.
Working on it. Getting behind. Behind.
Thank you.
Got him.
One, two, three, four, 5. Where's Lubega when we need him? Okay, I killed Flyfish, but or I killed the fish stick, but the Flyfish got me.
There's a Moz over here. I see you, Rocky. I got you.
Thank you.
Jun, I see you down. I'm trying to get there. Got you. Oh no, oh no, oh no. I'm trying to get this fly fish down, but I simply cannot. Oh my god.
Four more.
Beefed it.
Oh, never mind. GG's.
Nope. Oh, Jesus.
Ugh.
That was too much.
We were so close.
Mm-hmm.
I shouldn't have burned both ults in that last one. God damn it.
We can do it.
Yeah, I believe.
We're so close.
No, it wasn't your ults. I died on my ult? Oh, that's rough. I hate those.
Ugh. Okay, again, one more.
Yeah, this one's a Kohozuna too. I'm aiming too high. There we go. I'm like, why am I not hitting these? Did they give? No, come on, stick with us. Come on.
They might have.
I want to believe.
We'll find out.
Hey,
Yeah.
oh, no.
No, new person. Same
person.
badge, though.
Morticia? I mean, Morticia should be good. I like the Adams family.
We'll see. High tide.
I'm up top, I got Nautilus.
I have the water blaster.
Nautilus and Crab. Dolphin on me? Dolphin down.
Steelhead.
Fish tick. Fish tick down.
Celio.
Celio down.
Missiles on far right left.
I see. Missiles down.
Missiles
Italian.
down. Good job.
Fucking small fry. I died small fry. Thank you.
Celio or Steelhead on the right. Sniper behind him.
Sniper down. Steelhead down. UFO down. 2 Steelios on the base. 1 in the middle down.
Oh. I died. I got yeeted. We're doing great.
Mm-hmm.
We're at 30 out of 18.
I'm holding ults this time. I'm not gonna lose in the 3rd round.
You just gotta hold one ult. You don't have to hold both.
Yeah. I used 1 to get the sniper before.
We're still high tide.
Noted.
There was a sniper, but like it didn't even get a second to live.
Oh yeah. I'll just see it. Yeah, fire at me, dumbass. Ah, Celio. Traded the Celio, hopefully for the... Nope. Yeah,
Where are you, Rocky? I see you.
Thank you. Got our eggs back. Still being jumped. God damn it.
I see you.
Think for the bomb.
Damn it, we didn't get the weather cloud in time.
Steelio's down. I got 4 eggs over here. Firing them out.
Ah! Sniper! I'm trying.
I'm going for the fish stick. Fish stick down.
Too many big guys in the way.
We hit quota, so we just gotta live.
Easy for you to
Teague's
say.
on your left. Teague's on your left. I'm the one that's dying. I get it.
Everything. Holy shit.
Ah.
That was spooky. I ran out of ink. I don't like it.
Yeah, it's terrifying. Wee! June said wee! Okay, I got Rapid Blaster. Are we still high tide?
Yeah, we're still high tide.
I'm climbing
I have
up top.
Nautilus, so I'm going up.
Yeah, I'll be up here with you. I got Range Blaster. No. Ah, fuck. I can't reach it. Checking other side.
Nothing over here.
Italian stunned. I got it. Okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. It's fine. It's all fine. Fish stick. Italian. Another fish stick. Down the Italian. There's a Maz. Teeks, it's all up to you. Please get up high.
Where are you guys?
Turn around. Thank you.
It's impossible for me to get up any higher than high.
I hear you. I am cornered.
I got Jesus.
Tegan, up. Got the Cloud Boy. There are missiles. Of course there are missiles. Oh my god. I missed the blue person we were playing with. Thank you.
Damn it.
Ah.
It was so close.
June, it's okay. Sometimes, like, you get tired. It's happened to me before.
It's not your fault. That was, nuts. 3 high tides in a row was crazy.
A little mean, yeah. Team's putting up numbers.
Trying. Not super great, but, like, you know.
The highest on our team. I have full code to it. We have time for one more, so let's just go for it. Fuck it.
And then we'll raid into Boomer for their birthday.
Birthday stream. Birthday raid?
Birthday! Birthday raid! Alrighty. Regular gun. Uh-oh. This does not bode well for Koizuna.
He'll be alright, I believe.
I know. Oh, maybe I'll get dualies for Koizuna.
True. These are fast. They can pull.
Where's the boss Salmonoid?
Down here. Celio, coming out the water. Came out the water. Now he's dead.
Covering you, Rocky.
Thank you. Cloud on the left, on the right side? Left side, left side, left side, left side.
Cloud on the left. Got it.
Missiles in, Steelhead on left. I'm going for missiles. Well, I need to kill Steelhead first.
Steelhead on the beach.
Missiles down.
Oh, fuck me. Missiles on the beach. Do 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 do. Shit, I missed.
Not yours. God, there's an army of thieves coming for our eggs.
I am still trying to deal with this missiles. I'm sorry.
No,
Doing
you're
my
good.
best.
Handle your business, Teeks. You're good. We got 11. Making progress over here. I'm going for the sniper.
Oh my god. All right.
Sniper down.
Steel eel coming up the curve.
I don't know if we're
Coming
doing
after
time.
me in particular. Get fucked.
5. This isn't it. Wait, it might be.
It's it.
Let's go.
Ooh, Jesus Christ. Who's our fourth? Is it still Morticia? I wasn't looking.
New person, Beanie. Rocky never not believe. You're right. You're right, June. Why did I forget? Why did I stop believing?
Dark High Tide.
Okay. Come on, mothership. Mothership.
Blowflies. Oh,
Mud
mud
mouths.
mouths.
Okay, let's go. Let's fuck up these mud mouths. Hold in my mouth. I got the wave.
We got him. John, you stay there.
Not yours. Okay. I'm heading up top for the next one. Not yours. Another golden?
Another golden yeah, it's in the same spot the previous one was.
Okay, I'm going, and we should have quota. Just running up the score here. Just worry about missile rockets. I got the or grenades. I can kill the big guys.
Okay. Oh, damn it. Ah, Rocky, where'd you go?
Sorry, T, because I ran out of ink. I had to back up for a second. Are you up?
Yep.
Ah, the small fry. Well, 6 over is not bad.
Yeah, it's better than before.
Okay, here we go.
Hey,
You do not have
Rocky.
wave. I have wave. Yeah, you're right.
I have crab.
No,
Ideal.
I meant
Low
that.
tide.
I meant that I had like I had wave clear. But I wasn't clear, so that I forgot to clear. It's on me. I'm here. Oh my god! Did you see it fall over? Like the sniper just kind of like got bot. It was like, ugh. I'm coming for you, June. I'm being blocked by the eel. There you go.
Sorry, it's coming for me. Here, I'll move. Does that help? Ah! Get him! Get him!
I'm going. I'm going.
Get him faster!
I'm going! Told you. Jesus. Give me a second.
There's a big shot down there. Hello?
Okay, I'll get the big shot in a second. I'm just getting this last egg out of this area. I'm ink striking. Fuck it.
I can't do anything at this point.
Someone's gotta do something.
I can't do shit. Okay, I'm gonna crab tank.
Okay, I'm firing eggs off on the right side, like, because I keep running into enemies over here, but I can't take them all the way in.
Yeah, we're trying. Big shot's kind of limiting what we can do.
I haven't gotten to the big shot. Okay, I'm putting in 5 eggs, but I need more.
We're almost at quota. We are so close.
Help me!
We're at quota.
No! I was right there! No! Come on!
And there.
Ah! No, June, you should have seen my camera. I'm clipping it, cause like that's such garbage. It was right there. It was literally right there. I want to play one more. I'm so upset. I'm so mad.
Okay. One more. Too close to be satisfying. Yeah, one more. I can stop whenever I want to.
Last one for real. And okay. Oh yeah, but weapons don't change. Who cares?
Yeah, weapons don't change because it's what's it called? Salmon Run.
Yeah. Okay, I'm reposting the room. No, but oh my god, I'm so mad. Like I had the egg. I didn't have the ink to shoot it, and I was like a step away from just putting it in the basket.
I have 13 silver things. I need more.
Oh yeah.
I need so many more. Illegal, frankly. All right, I'm ready.
So it looks like our upper limit right now as a group is 120-ish.
Yeah, all right, we'll get better. I know Jun like can do more because they're better. We're just gonna get better. Yeah. We'll work on it. I kind of like doing the first like 2 or 3 hours as like regular training and then ending with salmon. I think that's good.
I think it's a solid like schedule out of it.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, June. We're trying to get better. Drained head honcho. God damn it, Teeks. Did the gold tag? They're good? Okay, cool.
Okay,
then
here we go.
If we can end on a Kozuna win, that would be amazing.
That would be so good. All right, where are they at?
Left beach.
Okay, this way.
Sniper and a dolphin. Sniper down.
Dolphin down. Yeah. I hear somebody. Oh, missiles on the right.
Going. Dolphin coming through center, care?
Dang it, it rolled out!
I got missiles. Give me a second.
No, I got it.
Off we go. Oh, Steelio, care.
Steelio. Hi.
Cloud, and there's a fish stick set of eggs over there.
Steelio came around the corner and I just popped him.
Oh, hell yeah.
There's a steelhead. On the left.
Shit. I'm gonna try to finish quota. There's
and an Italian. And Jesus Christ.
I see the Moz. Moz is down.
Oh my god.
Guys.
That was... Yeah. Nice.
It's kind of wild. I didn't check my super. I have Booyah Bomb, Booyah Bomb, Booyah Bomb.
I have crab.
Word.
It's dark. It's dark. It's dark.
Come on, mothership. Mothership, 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 mothership.
No.
Fuck! Okay.
Bye-byes.
Play it out, play it out. I'm guarding the stairs. I'm out of ink. I need help. I'm dead.
Oh, it's me. Nope. I died. I couldn't get away fast enough. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I failed you.
Okay. I got the fake out.
I can't booyah and... I can't booyah and swim.
That one's tough. I'm not gonna lie to you, Teagues. I'm sorry. June, I got you. These are not theirs.
Help. Help.
I just ran out of ink. Oh. I'm up. Please tell me we have the eggs for this.
Okay, I am out of things though.
Word.
I'm out of ults.
I have 1 Booyah Bomb. We got quota. Just gotta live for 8 seconds. 5 seconds? Let's go. We take those.
Hell yeah. Oh my
We
god.
take those.
Oh, Jesus
Fucking
Christ.
glow flies. God damn it.
I'm so mad I had used both my ults.
I have 1 Booyah Bomb. We got through it, and that's what matters. Nothing on the right.
There's salmonoids on the beach, but I don't see any.
There's a
it's
Moz.
a Moz.
Maz got it.
It's a double Moz.
Getting the Italian.
It's Italian.
Italian stunned. Italian down. Not yours.
There is a
Big shot.
Big shot.
There's 3 down. No? Maybe not? Did I not do it right? Oh, I did do it right. Hell yeah.
There's a sniper,
Going.
but also there's a weather boy.
2 snipers.
There's a big shot.
Sniper 1 down.
Weatherman down.
Sniper 2 down.
There are tons of eggs on the beach.
Just get quota. Stay alive.
I can't. I'm dead.
I'm out. Oh, I swam into the big shot wave. Whatever, it's fine. Shake it off. One more. Teague's on your right, on your right, on your right. Thank you, Kaido. God, there are so many big shots. We have quota. We just have to live.
There's 2 missiles on the beach.
Okay. 10 seconds.
I died again. I just can't move fast enough with this thing.
It's okay. We made it out. Koazuna.
No.
Come on, Teagues, let's go. Come on, Teagues, let's
I'm
go.
afraid.
Dualies.
Okay, I got a regular gun.
Where is he? Left side. There's missiles.
Alien's right on top of him. If someone can swim under the alien, it's gonna be me.
Kill the steelhead.
He's standing on top of him.
Yep, I got splatted.
Rocky, I see you. I'm
Okay.
shooting directly on top of where you are.
Got the Moz. Doing great, actually.
Ah! Ah!
Missiles. 32 seconds, we're under half health.
I can't get the missiles. It is chasing me. It's chasing me.
There are 2 sets of missiles, probably why.
The problem is, all the things are right underneath it.
Yep. Or
Rocky, I see you. Nope.
Yeah, GG's.
Dang it. Oh well, good try.
Yeah, GG's. That's fine. Got 1 silver out of it. Celestial Legend wasn't enough. It's okay. Probably sandbagging or something.
A real good one though.
Yeah, true. Okay, so everybody, it's been Splatoon Saturday. Been Impossible Coin stream. Thank you for hanging out. Appreciate you. This isn't a podcast week, or I think next week's a podcast week. I can't remember which.
Next week's a podcast week.
Okay. And, you know, we do Anime Sundays tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern in the Discord. Be there, be square. We're gonna go raid Boomer, the PNG Tumor, because it's his birthday. So be cool. Say happy birthday. Cool. And, you know, remember to remind him that it's a happy birthday.
Yeah, happy birthday!
Whew. All right, what, you know.
Be cool, be chill, be fun, be normal.
Make good choices.
Yeah!